Okay, good evening everyone. Welcome to the first of 3 meetings of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, scrutinising the Dudley Metropolitan Borough Council for 2025-2026. Just a few things to go through first. Number one, apologies if you're a Wolves fan and you're missing the Chelsea match tonight. I couldn't do anything about it. I'm ever so sorry. Boing, boing. Second one is that this meeting is being streamed live. So can you please make sure that mobile devices or electronic facilities are switched on to quiet so that we don't get any disturbances. For those of you that are members of the public, we're not expecting any fire drills, I don't think. So please ensure that in the event of the alarm sounding, you leave the building by the nearest exit. Officers will assist in the event of an emergency. Please follow their instructions. Just for members tonight, because this is being streamed live, please make sure that before you speak, your microphone is red. Otherwise, if you do speak or ask a question, people won't be able to hear you online. So, deep breath, 4 hours. Here we go for the first time this week. So, agenda item 1, apologies for absence, Steve.
There are no apologies, thank you, Chair.
Agenda item 2, to report the appointment of any substitute members serving for this meeting of the committee.
And no substitutes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Number 3, to receive any declarations of interest under the Members' Code of Conduct. No. Number 4, for the overview members, to confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 9th of December 2024 as a correct record. Okay, all agreed, thank you. Okay, the next agenda item tonight is the public forum. This is an opportunity for any members of the public to ask any questions that they want to ask tonight. What I would say as guidance is, because we're on quite a tight schedule tonight, I will accept your question, but if it's not to do with anything on tonight's budget areas, I'll refer it to the budget areas that it is relevant to. If it's not relevant to the budget at all, I'll refer it to the next meeting of the relevant scrutiny committee that the question has been asked about. So, do we have any members of the public here tonight who wish to ask any questions at all? No. Okay, thank you. Okay, agenda item 6, the draft budget for 2025-2026. What I will say is this is probably the most consequential budget for Dudley residents in a long, long time. So I'm looking forward to seeing some testing questions asked of Cabinet members, because we've got to get this right. So the first thing I'm going to do is hand over to the Deputy Leader of the Council, Paul Bradley, who's going to introduce the budget. Thank you, Paul.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the Leader and the wider Cabinet, I would like to thank members for taking the time to scrutinise the budget proposals presented to you. The medium-term financial strategy is a crucial document for the Council's financial planning. It outlines our strategic financial approach for the next 5 years and supports our financial sustainability and ongoing improvements to the services we deliver to our communities. You've received a comprehensive framework in your papers, along with the other background information to ensure that you have a detailed breakdown of how our financial resources will be deployed. and the changes proposed to ensure Council not only achieves a balanced budget, but also adds to our reserves annually. The overall goal has been to propose a balanced budget over the next 5 years, which ensures financial stability and provides assurance of a clear direction of travel and applies a set of guiding principles and a more detailed information. With that, provided the previously forecasted budget shortfall remains accurate and the overall level of savings required is nearly £42 million. The papers presented before you for scrutiny shows the detailed, very detailed work undertaken to provide this breakdown. We continue to explore efficiencies, service level adjustments and other transformation projects to ensure that the savings presented are fully delivered. It's to make sure the impact on our communities is minimised and to develop a community vision which is co-designed alongside those communities and partners that we continue to prioritise functions, most important to local people. Whilst making efficiencies in the way we operate and function through delivery of the Council's new operating model, the guiding principles include annual review and adjustment of fees and charges, consideration of the impact on vulnerable and other groups, benchmarking our service level expenditure so that we compare ourselves, maximising the use of technology and automation, a periodic review of operating models with services including their unit costs, consultation with residents and stakeholders informing budget options and keeping these under review to build on that engagement. A full timetable for budget setting has been provided, setting out the different stages. This stage tonight and the next 2 nights of scrutiny are important ones, given the scale of budget changes, and is quite correctly given the time required to facilitate effective scrutiny, check and the challenge. We will receive the feedback from this process, and this will be fed into Cabinet and Council, who will decide the budget in February. In respect to consultation and engagement, a layered approach has been used from online budget consultation open to all within the borough, through to discussions with key external bodies. Equality impact assessments have also been conducted for savings proposals and actions identified to mitigate potential negative impacts on protected groups. It sets out to deliver on the financial challenges faced by the Council through increased demand in key areas such as adult social care and children's services. Significant work has had to be done to propose this balanced budget, and scrutiny of those proposals is a key component. Relevant Cabinet members, Councillor Clark and I will be here at each session to take questions supported by our senior officers on questions that may require a more technical answer. The Leader and Cabinet look forward to receiving your feedback through constructive debate on key proposals presented to you this week. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. What I will say on the impact assessments is that they were so voluminous. To only get them on Friday, I felt was a little bit disappointing, because with all due respect to every councillor, to be able to read through hundreds and hundreds of pages, we should have been given more time. But I just wanted to make that point. Before I hand over to the interim chief executive, I just wanted to let people know how tonight will work. This is a meeting of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, who will be here throughout all 3 sessions tonight and on Wednesday and on Thursday. But as we discuss each cabinet area and each portfolio, each individual scrutiny committee will take the chair, lead the session, and when they're finished, Overview will have their chance to ask any surplus questions. So if we have a couple of minutes of shuffling around between each part, that's what we're doing. Okay, so I'll hand over to Malvinda Heron.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So firstly, thank you, councillors. By way of an introduction, I just wanted to walk you through. So you will have received the full pack of papers as part of your overview and scrutiny pack in line with the legal timelines. Those papers were also published before Christmas so that residents could consult on the budget. To supplement the information that was provided, we have put together a series of presentations in a more digestible format so that councillors can look at those over the last few days. Nothing in those presentations was not included in your papers that you already got previously. the plan tonight is that the portfolio holders will introduce, and then we will, the directors and myself will briefly introduce each proposal, but not walk through the slide pack, because the aim tonight is to give as much time for questioning as possible, so that we can enable you to spend as much time on those key areas of savings that are most important to you. So I will be running the slides, so please bear with me, members, to enable the officers and portfolio holders to focus on the questions that are asked of you. And I'll now pass over to Mr. Arnold in case he's got anything he wants to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few comments from me. I don't want to take up the valuable time of the meeting. Of course, you'll want to ask loads and loads of questions about the material that's been presented. I will say that this has probably been one of the more challenging budget exercises for Dudley Borough. I think the work that you see before you has been executed with enthusiasm and competence by all who have been involved, even though none of us in this room tonight joined local government in order to make savings. This is part of an essential journey. And I think the point I want to make is that just because we're looking at savings tonight, that does not necessarily set a course for forever in the council's history. And after a period of recovery and looking to transformation to deliver services in a more cost-effective manner, the use of technology, it may well be that the council finds a way to reinvest in services in the years ahead. So it's not forever. This is belt tightening for a time, probably 3-4 years. But this evening you have before you proposals to balance the 25-26 budget, and unusually to balance the 4 years after that as well. So although this is a significant issue for the council, one of the results, if we can get this agreed, is that there shouldn't be another major budget crisis like this in the history of this council within the medium term that is described in the papers. But otherwise, I just wanted to thank everyone who's contributed to bringing the information together this evening. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anything else, Balvinder?
No, Chair, thank you. We wanted to facilitate as much time for questions as possible. Thank you.
Okay. In the book, I've got Councillor Clark. Is there anything you want to say, Steve?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just wanted to give some background to the fact that we've had to produce this budget document, and it is so long-reaching. So within this, you need to understand that we have a background of £13 million worth of reserves. We've had the challenging time of adult social care and children's not being addressed by either this government or the governments for the last 14 years addressing the actual problem with costing of adult social care. So this document sets out the strategic financial approach that the council will adopt to protect not only the statutory obligations of the authority, but to act as a roadmap as how the council can minimise the risks which have engulfed some other authorities. And we need to achieve financial stability in the short, medium and long term. This document can help address this. And scrutiny has never been tougher, like many of the measures and decisions we've had to make within this medium-term financial strategy, and it's been very tough to actually put these forward. Now, I ask you all to look into this scrutiny and not look at the politics of this. We are facing challenging times. We are trying hard not to close leisure centres. We're trying hard not to close town halls. We don't want to face bankruptcy and have to have the increase in council tax, as Birmingham has, of 20% at the moment. And we can prevent it by making sure that this document, by adopting this document and the measures within this report. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Steve. Councillor Bradley, do you want to add anything before I hand it over to overview members to ask any questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, it has been a very hard few months. 15 months ago, we were in a terrible position. 15 months later, there has been some changes to our leadership, and it has brought us into this point where we can actually put a document forward that will help us for the next 5 years. Not only help us as a roadmap, as my colleague has said, it will also put £5 million a year back into our general fund reserves. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. A couple of questions from me. Councillor Clark, you just mentioned that you're hoping to save leisure centres and town halls from closure. But in the press over the weekend, I note that the leader of the council stated that they're safe for 5 years, apparently. So is that a mixed message?
No, not at all. Thank you, Chair. We've got to get this budget over the line first. If this budget does not get over the line, then those will be in doubt. So this budget needs to go through. Once this budget has gone through, hopefully, if we can do everything that's within this, then we can make sure that the leisure centres and town halls are safe. But this budget needs to go through first.
Okay, so in the paper, maybe that should have been qualified, but Councillor Bradley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. What I would say is that in the background, there is a tranche of work that is still ongoing. We haven't got to the completion point yet, but it is correct. Over the next 5 years, we don't really have to visit this again. However, we still have to work on completion of that amount of work that has been going on for a few months. But what it does do is gives us a chance to sit down and really scrutinise it with the likes of yourself and everyone else in this hall. And what it will do is we will have a chance to take our time in what decision, so we do have to get it right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And one more question from me, and they are going to be tough questions. You know, I'm not going to apologise for that. Obviously, within this budget, there are a huge amount of cuts and a huge amount of extra costs, one of which is the potential reduction in council tax support. So is this budget going to be paid for by working families?
Thank you, Chair. No, it will be paid for. We will all struggle a little bit here. A lot of the cuts are not necessarily in the public facing. They are happening within the workings of the council. So that will be the majority of it. Yes, there will be some people hurting. We will all hurt a little bit over this budget.
I think you can be more honest and upfront than that. Thank you. Right, members of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, have you got any questions for not for the interim, but for Councillors Clark or Bradley at this time? Councillor Lowe.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. The first question really is for Steve, and I've been having a couple of discussions with people really about the important role that we have as local councillors, and the one recurring question is what will we be providing if this budget goes forward over and above what a commissioner-led council would provide? Thank you.
I mean, we have statutory obligations as a council to make sure that those are all done. One of the things we have got to achieve via this is to make sure that we have the reserves to cope with any situation that's given to us. And as Councillor Bradley said, this will be putting some reserves back in so that we can cope with any situations that arise in the future.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry, I'm going to ask the same question again in the hope of getting a response this time. So the question is, what will Dudley Council be providing in future over and above what a commissioner-led council would do?
Well, I think the commissioner-led council will be looking at increasing the council tax to a higher level than we're actually looking at. We're looking at 4.99%. They would also look to loss-making areas such as leisure centres, town halls, and because they are at the moment, they are loss making. So the commissioners would go for those straight away, I believe.
Chair, if I can, because I'll the third time to ask the same question, but I'll elaborate slightly, because my reading of the report is that town halls still are under potential threat of closure. Leisure centres, which of course aren't part of this report, but are part of a future report. And as you said, Steve, keeping the politics out of it, the inference appeared to be that if this budget didn't go through, then the leisure centres were going to be at risk. So I'll give you the council tax, because obviously the commissioners would have greater powers. But the question remains, on what page, in what areas, if this budget is passed, will we be providing over and above what the commissioners will be providing?
Thank you, Chair. What we're providing, what we're trying to do is make sure that we have a balanced budget, and that balanced budget moving forward means that all statutory services that the council offer are looked after. But more than that, we have, as I said, some of the non-profitable things such as leisure centres, town halls, will be kept open. Now, as you see what they've done in Birmingham, where they've gone in there and they've actually increased the council tax, they are looking at all non-profit making areas to make sure that those are reduced. With this as a balanced budget, it is looking at all internal workings of the council to make sure that we are providing value for money for our residents. And I think going in with, whilst it is far-reaching and it is quite in depth, I think if the Commission came in, it would be a lot harsher than the way that we are doing it here, and spreading the work that we've done over a longer period. So I think this is it's far, even though it's harsh, it's softer than it would be from a Commission-based authority.
Okay, just to follow up to that, I won't ask the question a fourth time, because I think what I read into that is none from what you've answered there, because you can't signpost me to any of those areas. I'll pick up, if I may, Chair, on the second question, just with regard to the impact of the £42 million of cuts, because I think the Chair asked a very eloquent question, and thanks, Steve, I think you answered it relatively honestly, but I'm going to push that slightly more, because my interpretation of reading this budget is that the most deprived in our communities, the most at threat, are impacted disproportionately more than those who are not reliant on those services. So, for example, those in receipt of council tax reduction, those fleeing domestic abuse, those reliant upon the voluntary sector. Am I correct in that statement? And if not, why not?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the council tax reduction scheme, we've consulted out to that. We've put a consultation out, and that has come back, I think it was 60% in favour of people accepting the fact that there is a reduction necessary. What we've been doing over the last few years, it was is giving 77% as an allowance for the council tax reduction scheme. We are reducing that to 40, which is going to mean another £7 a year, £7 a week extra for those people. So yes, it will have a considerable effect on them. I think we are spreading it out because we are looking internally at reducing the amount of officers that we have within the local authority, the amount of staff we have, but we're also, you are quite right, we are looking at the voluntary services, and some of the voluntary services will be cut from this budget.
Thank you very much, Chair. That seamlessly leads me on to the next point, because I think the response to what you're saying is, yes, the more deprived will be disproportionately impacted over and above. And you gave a couple of examples there with regard to the council tax reduction scheme, and I added the areas around the voluntary sector. You mentioned as part of that, Steve, the consultation, the 2,000 responses, 0.8% of the population. My understanding specifically with regard to the council tax reduction, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that that survey was open to all residents within the council. So what we don't know is what the feedback of those people in receipt of council tax reduction and what their views are in having to pay an additional £7 per week. Additionally, within the consultation, my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the CVS and a number of those voluntary and charitable organisations have actually not been fully consulted today. And indeed, within the papers, I think reference is made for those papers to follow on. And the third part is, as part of the consultation, we'll probably pick up on parts of this after the fact, that where certain things are being prioritised, that's not reflected within the budgetary proposals, because several of them are either omitted or digital being a good example. So the question with regard to the consultation is, it would appear to be a flawed consultation when we're looking at those deprived groups. Council tax reduction doesn't appear to be specified, and indeed a follow-up question was answered with regard to council tax reduction, but then the important aspects of the fallback from the 40% was actually omitted in the second train of consultation. And then moving on to the wider budgetary issue, I'll give an example of where the council looks towards cuts in welfare advice with a signpost to citizens' advice. Yet within the budget, there's a cut to citizens' advice. In addition, there's significant cuts to the voluntary sector, which seems to be compounded by further cuts from the council providing these services. Now, my understanding is that for every pound that we invest in the voluntary sector, about £20 comes into Dudley. So how do we expect to cut from the council, to cut from the voluntary sector, and not drive those people who require those services actually being led for further deprivation, further at risk within their communities? Where's that safety net? Because I can't see it within the budgetary proposals. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Pete. So as far as the council tax reduction scheme, there's going to be about 14,000 people that are actually on the council tax reduction scheme. At the moment, we're not doing away with it completely, but what we are is reducing it. And we are reducing it for only the working age people, so pensioners and single person's allowance, that's actually stays. So it is for working based people. So as far as you're concerned, all those people are of a working age that can work within that one, and it will increase it by £7 a month, as I said. As far as the concerns about the welfare team, I believe we have, and you're right, we are signposting them towards the citizens' advice, because really we don't want to be duplicating a service that is already offered. I do accept the fact that you are saying that the reduction has been there in terms of some of the services there. So we will probably need to just double check on whether that they do have the facilities to be able to deal with that. We believe that they do. There's two welfare teams at the moment that are operating. One is within adult social care, and the other one is within the housing team. So again, that is being duplicated to a certain amount, and we need to make sure that that service is still there for vulnerable residents, and especially making sure that the Citizens Advice Bureau can deal with the level of inquiries that they may get.
My final point, and then I'll stop and pause for other members of the committee, but it's related directly to that point. It's also around the voluntary sector as well, because my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that a number of the contracts that the voluntary sector have are cross-fertilising contracts, i.e. the council put in a sum of money which is then matched, funded by either the NHS or other partner organisations. Prior to this budget paper coming forward, what responses have we had from other partners with regard to the cuts imposed in that? And I'll leave the question by giving the answer, because my understanding is none. Am I wrong in that statement?
Yes, can I give that one to Marie, please? Thank you.
Sorry, can I just stop you there for a minute? So I've got just pop your microphone off for a minute, will you? Yeah, can you turn it off for a minute, please? Sorry, Steve, I didn't hear your last reply. Can you just say it again, please?
Can you hear me now? Yep. Can I refer that question to Marie behind me, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, carry on.
Thank you, Chair. We've met with Neil Buckton from the ICB, so adult social care, public health and children's, and we went through all the savings in terms of line by line, and he's since wrote to Balvinda in terms of the impact of those savings.
Yeah, thank you very much for that response, Marie, very helpful. And I understand that is a position, but my understanding is that those responses have only come in very recently because those partner organisations were not engaged with regard to the potential of those cuts until fairly recently. I can see Balvinda itching at the bit to get in. So my understanding is, I'll add a little bit to that, is many of these potential cuts were known 12 months ago as being potential. We have an organisation such as Compact, which allows voluntary organisations and everybody to meet together. When were they notified of this potential cut? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Balvinda?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And Councillor Lowe, just in response to your previous point, you asked about contracts where there is a combined contribution from the council and the voluntary sector. No changes will be made that are not in line with contractual arrangements, and some of those do require a phasing in, which has been built into this process. In terms of when were those organisations informed, so the budget's setting process this year started with a series of star chambers where each directorate went through the pressures and the priorities for their areas, including the inflationary pressures that they were required to build in where they couldn't absorb them. You will know that over the last 2-3 years that we have been reducing across the board in other areas. So what the council has sought to do is to try and, you know, to push back the amount of savings in terms of the voluntary sector for as long as possible. So over the last 3 years, you will have seen the sort of savings that we've made across the other directorates, but the demands in the care services has continued to increase. So as we had the budget gap this year, we had to go through everything. And after the star chambers, then directors started to work with their portfolio holders to see what were the options. And as soon as we were aware, we met with voluntary sector partners. Some are contractual and those are going through the normal routes. But Councillor Lowe, it has been a tight process that we've worked through this year, but we have minimised the impact over previous years. And this year that's not been as possible. But as I say, everything will be done in line with contractual arrangements. What we're also proposing as officers is to keep the changes in mind so that we do impact assessments regularly. And when the council's fortunes, as Brendan started with, start to change, hopefully we can then start to reintroduce some of those budgets, but also through transformation and different ways of working. We want to work with our voluntary sector partners to look at different ways of working. So it has been an iterative process to try and reduce the impact, but this year, because the gap was so significant, we had no choice. And as I say, we contacted them as soon as possible. I'm not sure of things being known 12 months ago. If they were known 12 months ago, they would be linked to a contract that was due for renewal, and the council would have acted in accordance with that. Thank you, Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Balvinda. Pete, before you come in, can I just ask all members and contributors, when you speak, pull the microphone so it's facing you, please, because apparently it's a bit quiet. Thank you.
Chairman, could I also ask that officers introduce themselves, because I don't know who everyone is.
Yes, happy
you.
for that. Pete, back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm only taking them out because I'll keep on looking along just in case other people want to jump in, but I'll just keep on asking the questions until other colleagues want to join. Just with regard to clarification, it wasn't my point with regard to current contractual arrangements, because I understand that fully. My point is that once those current contracts come to an end, it's very unlikely, because of the partners, that there will be the same commitment for any future contractual arrangements. And the overarching issue is that normally and historically, and I'm sure we'd have cross-party agreement on this fact, is when we look towards reduce council provision into those areas, we look to the voluntary and the charitable sector to actually pick up that slack to be able to promote that. For the first time ever, I believe, we're having a double whammy in both the council removing those services, and although we're signposting them to the charitable sector, that charitable sector is further cut, which I would suggest is going to lead by definition to those individuals being far more at risk, which takes me back to the principal point I'm making, Chair, in that this is a budget aimed squarely at the most deprived people in our community. And that's not me saying it as an elected member. This is this budget paper saying it very, very clearly. And to put it very I was not elected to do that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Steve, do you want to come back on that point, or shall we move on to someone else? Okay, thank you. What I will say is that, you know, we all as members see how difficult life is at the moment for many residents. And £7 is a lot. £7 is a day's food or a day's eating. So I just wanted to put that out there. Councillor Baton and then Councillor Sahota.
Thank you, Chair. My question's really around the guiding principles for revenue, which I understand you're asking us to approve as guiding principles going forward. I can only assume that some of the guiding principles you've already applied to the budget consultation this time. I am a bit concerned about the statement that after careful consideration, the exigencies of strategic or operational management may necessitate from time to time a departure from the principles, because a statement as broad as that always allows a departure from the principles when it suits. So that's just a comment about that. Councillor Lowe has picked up most of my questions around the voluntary sector, but I do have a question on, in the papers you talk about 220 frozen posts for potential deletion. Can you tell me how many of those currently frozen posts are within statutory services, please?
Hang on a minute.
So you hear me? Yes. Could I please refer that to Brendan, please? And also the guiding principles that Council asked about. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, on the on the vacancies that are to be deleted. We don't have that information here this evening, Chair, but we will provide that to the committee by tomorrow evening in writing. Secondly, with regard to the guiding principles, I think it's important to explain that this is to assist the council so that it doesn't again find itself in a position where its finances are under such stress as they presently are. And they're guiding because this isn't a set of rules. We're not at all asking council to bind itself to future action, and legally we couldn't do that anyway, I suspect. So we're inviting council to adopt these and to respect these as norms, but because they're guiding, we're saying there may be exigencies in the future where actually circumstances dictate that these things can't be or need to be suspended for a little while in order to deal with a particular situation. But they are designed to be benign. They are designed to reflect the council's views. My view is that the council wishes to behave compassionately. It seems to do that in everything it does. And we've tried to build that caring, compassionate aspect into the way that the guiding principles are established. And not only are there a set for revenue, but there's also a set for capital to help the council avoid getting into a position where it is overcommitting in the years ahead in terms of capital expenditure, because that can be a real peril and a real threat to frontline services. Some councils spend maybe 15, 16, even more % of their net revenue budget on debt charges. Here it's about 9% in 25-26. And although one would acknowledge that there needs to be further regeneration in the borough, there does need to be a ceiling, which is why we're suggesting that a figure of 12% is probably where that debt charge figure should sit as a percentage of the net revenue budget. So I hope that's helpful, and we will come back with the information that has been requested as soon as we can, and certainly by tomorrow evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. We're running out of time, and I've still got councillors.
I'll be ever so quick.
Okay.
So, yeah, thank you for that. I think from the point of view of the potentially deleted posts, in terms of us being able to deliver quality statutory services, we need that information. We need to understand exactly which posts they are that fall within that. But actually, your point about the capital programme brought me on to my next question. And again, you said that we need regeneration of the borough is important. It's important for many reasons. It's important for the local economy. But actually, do we believe that these principles and this budget is going to be able to give external business the confidence to want to come and invest in Dudley?
Steve?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I mean, I think that's the answer to that is probably quite complex, and it might be a question to ask in a way my colleague Helen Martin on the regeneration side later in the week. But I would have thought that anyone wanting to do business with the council to come to Dudley, one great strength in terms of choosing Dudley against other places is that the council is solvent. No one is going to want to engage with the borough with an insolvent council. Look at what's happening in Birmingham. The activities that are being needed there, commissioners are having to take quite extraordinary measures to deal with the financial emergency in that place. And, the increases in council tax that have been described earlier are there for all to see. And so in terms of establishing the council's reputation as a place that is ordered, well managed, where the passion that all members have is being fed into activities that hopefully in years ahead can be agreed across the chamber, that I would have thought would be a very significant win-win for the council. And further to that, I think that the council has got to a position over the last year or two where a lot of stakeholders are looking keenly at the council and its financial circumstances. And actually, those stakeholders stepping back in future, because the council has its financial affairs under control, it has laid plans in the medium term that balance the budget. I think those are great strengths, and I would expect prospective partners within the borough, but equally those who might be coming here to invest, I would expect those to be positive. But again, it is a point that I'm sure my colleague Helen Martin can advise further on when her turn comes to be before you later in the week. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Brendan. Okay, Councillor Sahota.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I think my colleague, Councillor Lowe, has picked up some of the points I was going to make in terms of the consultation points. But I think the key things I want to say, this is a key budget, once in a generation. I think the consultation is a key part to shape the decisions. I think it's concerning that the docs weren't lined up by the council in terms of actually having proper engagement with the key stakeholders to then decide on the budget. What we're now doing is basically doing a reactive engagement, not the proactive engagement, that what was needed to actually shape what we need to do going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sahota. Councillor Archer.
That's it.
Yeah, my colleague Councillor Lowe has covered most of the points that I'm most concerned about. But just to add to that, we had the public consultation, and there's been some mention of it. And there was a relatively small response, but there was still over 2,000 responses. Now, according to those responses, the public priorities, some of them come in the top half of the priorities: older people's services, number 3, disabilities and mental health, children and adults. Number 6, safeguarding children's and family support. I won't go through them all, don't worry. Number 9, supporting children's learning. Number 10, benefits and the welfare services. My question is, Councillor Clark, how much notice was taken of that, if any? And how did that input get into the budget setting process?
To Brendan again, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to come back on the point made by Councillor Sahota as well, if I may, in answering this question, Chair, the Council's approach to consultation has been very detailed and quite exhaustive in many ways. There has been a process that was launched on the internet on the 11th of November, and 2,000 responses have been acquired. That is significantly more than last year. And I know all of us, when we're looking at these kind of response rates, would be thinking, well, why isn't it 40, 50, 60%? But that sadly is not the world that we live in. And most councils would struggle to reach 2,000 responses when these kinds of exercises are run all over the country as they are. So that's happened. And further to that, there have been information that's been put out following the December the 11th Cabinet report, which set out proposals for savings. In addition to that, there have been at least 2 briefings of the voluntary sector, at which both Balbinder, the Chief Executive, and myself were present. We've briefed the Chamber of Commerce and we've briefed the Youth Council. And that's aside from a separate consultation on the council tax reduction scheme. So actually the council has done quite a lot and has been doing it for some considerable time to try and understand the views in the borough. I think the point that needs to be remembered here is that despite the large pack of savings that lies before you this evening, the council is still a major player in the borough. It still contains vast resources and will be an active partner in the borough moving forward. The net budget of the council in 25-26, if it's set in line with these proposals, will be £366 million. And that's very, very significant. And to place that in perspective with some of the other matters we've spoken about this evening, the savings from the voluntary sector that we've described amount to around £850,000. So the scale of operations here is very impressive. And in terms of the priorities described by the respondents, those services are still alive and kicking in the borough, still being provided and providing benefit to the community. So I hope that is some reassurance, Chair, on that particular issue. But of course, the commitment that I think the Council is almost invited to is actually how to continue these engagements liberally in the period ahead, because actually having established a firm basis from which to consult, it would be a shame if this doesn't become much more of a tradition in the borough than perhaps it has in the past in some respects. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Brendan. I don't think there's any more questions from overview, so I'm going to allow one final one from Councillor Ali.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for allowing me to ask a question, because I wasn't quite sure if I could ask one in this part. A couple of observations. Firstly, in relation to Councillor Clark and my colleague, Councillor did ask a question on this, on the leisure centres, and he said he's trying hard not to close the leisure centres and town halls, and he wants to get this budget through. If I can say that the level of assurance from that answer is nil, because if I can remind him that back in 2023, we had a budget which was set early in March, and in July, there was another mini budget, if I can call that. So things were overturned. So the level of assurance from this that they are safe, I think doesn't cut mustard, to be honest. Now, the other clarification, if I can, through you, Chair, is on the consultation. Obviously, the Council has received over 2,000 responses. There is a heat map which was circulated. I've printed my own copy here in colour. But what is not clear to me, is it that the darker the areas on this map are where the majority of the responses have come from? If someone could clarify that, and then I've got a question to follow up on that.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. This budget has to be passed. We have to pass a legal budget. And in order for all the things in the council to be safe, all the decisions to be made, this budget has to be endorsed, and it has to be endorsed by everybody. So the fact that you're questioning whether the leisure centres stay open or not, the reality is, unless this budget goes through, no, they won't stay open, and that is a fact, because this budget needs to go through, because we've got £13 million worth of reserves left. So this budget has to go through, and if it doesn't go through, we will have to make other arrangements to make sure that we have a balanced budget. And so I don't know what kind of firmer answer that you want, but the reality is we've put a budget together. This isn't a budget that you guys have put together, it's a budget that we've put together, which in terms of one of the things that Pete was saying earlier about it hurting the most vulnerable, in terms of our total operating model, which is one of the largest changes to it, that is not one that is hurting the most vulnerable, and that is where the biggest savings are going to come from. But with reference to your question about the consultation, I think I'll have to refer that to Brendan. Thank you.
I'm going to cut that short, if you don't mind. As far as I'm aware, unless someone's going to correct me, the darker the area, the more the response is. And what I was going to say, and I've made the point myself, is that it just seems to me that the darker areas are not where people would be, where, you know, the most amount of people would be receiving council tax benefit. Councillor, if you don't mind, I'm going to move on because we're almost out of time. So just to end this first session, I'm going to ask Tom Senior, our Acting Lead for Law and Government, just to give some advice on scrutiny. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to take a few moments to remind members of the purpose of overview and scrutiny and the approach that should be taken in this meeting and the other meetings this week. The point that I want you all to take away from me is that scrutiny should not be about political point scoring, but it should be constructive and it should be focused on the best value for the residents of Dudley. What I'm going to say to you tonight refers to the Local Government Association publication, A Councillor's Workbook on Scrutiny. That's available online and is well worth a read. And I'm also going to refer to the training that was provided by the LGA several weeks ago. The concept of overview and scrutiny was introduced by the Local Government Act 2000 and is intended to give the rest of a local authority the opportunity to scrutinise the executive by questioning their decisions and policies and to issue reports and recommendations. The Local Government Association workbook and the training that was provided refers to overview and scrutiny fulfilling the function of a critical friend. The workbook states that the focus of overview and scrutiny should be on forward thinking and making positive changes rather than apportioning blame and focusing on negatives. In practice, and in the context of the upcoming scrutiny meetings, I think that this means that members of overview and scrutiny should not be looking at past budgets or blame for the current financial situation, but should focus on the budget proposals being put forward and suggest alternative and amendments where they feel that's appropriate. Forgive me if I'm stating the obvious, but tonight's scrutiny is about scrutinising this year's budget. It's not about scrutinising last year's budget or possibly even the year before that. Overview and scrutiny members should always look at how their work could add value. This should not be about party political point scoring. When the LGA provided training on scrutiny a few weeks ago, this point was emphasised on several occasions. They also made abundantly clear that Overview and Scrutiny Committee should look to work constructively and positively with Cabinet. I recently attended another committee meeting and I was really impressed by how members of that committee who were from different political parties, worked together in a collaborative and non-partisan way. The chair of that committee said on a couple of occasions that members of the committee that he chaired leave their political colours at the door. I would suggest that a similar approach should be adopted in these meetings this week. Before I hand back over to the chair, I'm just going to repeat the quote from the LGA workbook, as I think it really encapsulates the approach that should be taken. Overview and scrutiny should be forward-thinking and make positive changes rather than apportioning blame and focusing on negatives. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tom. I think in a utopian world, I'd totally agree, but I'm not sure that politics won't play their part tonight because at the end of the day, we are all politically elected members. Okay, that's it for the first session. We've got about 2 minutes. We're going to set up for session 2, which is Chief Executives and Finance and Legal Directives. Can I ask members of the Fit for the Future Council Sustainability Select Committee to sit on the front benches of the Labour side? There you go, politics has just come into it, for a couple of minutes. If you're in both, just stay, and you're in overview, just stay sat with overview, save moving around. So I believe we've got councillors Edwards, Drake, Ali, Dobb, Griffin, Hill, Muggle, Russon, Stafford, Thorne and Webb. If you can make your way over to the front benches of the Labour side, please, and we'll get cracking in about 2 minutes. Okay, everyone, we're going to get moving again. Okay, everyone. The next session of tonight's scrutiny is Chief Executives and Finance and Legal Directorates. The way this is going to work is I'm going to hand over to Councillor Edwards, who's chair of the Fit for the Future Scrutiny Committee. He will lead the session. Initially, members of the Fit for the Future Scrutiny Committee will be asked by Councillor Edwards for any questions. Once they're finished, he'll hand back to me. I will then give members of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee the opportunity to ask questions, and if there's any time left after that, I'll hand over to any other members that are in the room that may want to ask any questions. Okay, so the next one then, Chief Executives in Finance and Legal Directorates, Councillor Edwards.
Yeah, so everyone, welcome to the meeting. Obviously, a new format for a lot of us today. So I'll chair my meeting is after we've listened to information from the relevant councillors or officers. I'll then open it up to my side of the all for the Fit for the Future committee to answer. But yeah, if you want to proceed with whoever's putting forward the information.
Thank you, Chair. I'll quickly run through the slides. So it's not my intention or the director's intention to run through all the slide packs because you've already got them for your background reading. It doesn't move, Chair. I'll move forward. Yeah. Presented before you are the scrutiny slides for the Chief Executives and Finance and Legal Directorate in terms of the savings that are put forward. But as by way of background, and I won't dwell on these, you have got the service context, you've got the budgets, you've got all of the detail that make up these functions, so that you've got that breakdown for every department. And each director has provided those packs for your background reading. But on this slide are the proposed revenue budgets for the year going forward. And as you can see, for the Chief Executives Department, the base budget was 6.779 million in 24-25, and going forward it's 6.784. And the same with Finance, which is slightly increased for 25-26. In terms of the summary of savings, this is the slide that I really wanted to dwell on, and as will other directors in their directorates. So as you can see, there are several tranches of savings that are put forward. So the first element, and I will bring Brendan in when I've just finished, so he might want to add to this, but you can see that we've talked about savings of vacant posts that we have deleted. Some of these vacancies were held for a long time, but as with everything, we are keeping under review areas of demand and how we can adjust those. In terms of management to pay budgets, these are vacancy factors that we build in for when a post is vacant, during the time it's vacant and when it's filled. The senior management review, there has been a paper to you in Cabinet that talks about the phase 1 savings. These are listed here. And then the fees and charges proposals along with the changes to traded services. And finally, the council tax reduction scheme. The other savings, that before I just pass over to Brendan, are much smaller, but summarised in detail, so that what we wanted to demonstrate as part of this budget was transparency around the line-by-line savings that you're seeing in these areas, again, to enable you to question these further. What you have seen in this pack is just supplementary to the papers, as I say, that have already been circulated twice before. So it wasn't my intention to go through them in detail, but just to allow time for questions and to leave this slide up. And if there are any detailed questions on any savings line, then we do have slides breaking them down further. So if I just pass over to Brendan for any closing remarks that he might wish to make, and then we can pass it over to questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think the Chief Executive has explained those items at the top of the slide very fully, so I've got nothing to add. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. So obviously, as we know, we have got the Fit for the Future Committee here. There is also a number of members within the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. So what I'll do is I'll open it up to my members. I think everyone was sat here for the first meeting, so if we could try not to repeat the questions to certain officers or certain members that we'd already answered within the first session, that would be great. There might be a little bit of overlap, but we'll try and pull it in on that. But yeah, if you want to open up, so is there anyone from for the Future who wants to ask a question? Councillor Alec.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So my question on this one is around the total operating model or the senior management review. Obviously, we know that there's a proposed change in terms of the number of group directors that are being appointed, change in the reporting lines in relation to the existing or current directors, and there's changes further down in terms of heads of service. Can the Chief Executive, I would guess, on this one, if she can explain to us the impact of the proposed structure on the heads of service, both within the Chief Executives and Finance Directors, what does the new structure mean?
Thank you, Chair. In answer to Councillor Ali's question, the new senior management structure that is proposed in Phase 1 that was presented in December identifies a revised way where we put in more strategic capacity to enable us to, as a council, develop more longer-term strategies that will enable us to sustain the financial sustainability and focus on transformation. The new structure includes bigger spans of control, so as such, overall, the numbers of officers will reduce. In terms of the heads of service, that element will form part of Phase 2, as we look at not only the existing heads of service, but also managers that report into them, again, with increasing the spans of control. So we've introduced associate directors that have bigger spans of control as opposed to heads of service. So they're going forward in the structure, there will not be a head of service structure. There will be similar posts that current heads of service undertake, but again, it is likely that those spans of control will be increased so that we enable better joint working, less siloed working, less narrower functions, increased spans of control, but as I say, to enable us to focus on transformation, and not only that, but to make sure that sustainability of services and more community working is introduced as a result. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If I can just follow up in terms of this proposed structure, can you tell us what is radical about this structure? Because this structure is not dissimilar to what was in place in 2014. There was a strategic director for people, there was a strategic director for resource and transformation, there was a strategic director for environment, economy and housing. So now you are proposing 4 group directors, and also I think impacting on some of the statutory directors which you can't do away with: children, social care, finance, monitoring officer, public health. So what is the difference? Why the need for 4 group directors?
Thank you, Chair, through you. So the need is for strategic capacity to enable a more longer term focus, which we as a council, currently our approach is very reactive. So the aim is to bring that in place. The structure has been developed in line for today's and future needs. yes, a local authority's functions remain largely similar, so you will see this type of structure in other local authorities that are reshaping. In terms of the statutory officers, those have all been accounted for because those are legal roles that we have to supply. They're all at an equal level, at director level, and they have been put forward, and the job descriptions have all been drafted as we are now in the formal consultation stage. But the aim of the structure is that in our current structure, we have more operational focus, more reactive individual directorate team working rather than cross-council working, so that we can reduce our duplication of effort. We have a lot of duplication at the moment because of the narrow focus of the services. To reduce that, well, ideally to remove it, to use more technology so that those who can access that way are able to enable us to release more capacity to help those most in need. It is a very different structure. It will be aligned to our 10-year community vision, which we're starting to develop, and also our wider transformation plans, which are linked to the Dudley Improvement Plan, which will be going before the Council Cabinet at the end of January. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Just one final one. If I can say from my perspective, I don't see anything which is innovative or transformative in this proposed structure. It has been done before, and maybe you haven't had the time to review or look at the previous structures. You know, one in 2014 I referred to you. I mean, it was exactly the same structure, and we're going back to the same thing again. So, you know, there isn't a need, and the fact that this is going to impact on the heads of service, you know, and that those are the ones, the group of officers who have been praised in an external peer review, that they are the ones who are holding things together. So, you know, and I think if I can just say, Chair, that this is something that should be noted, that the creation of 4 group directors, I don't think it's in the best interest of the council. It also affects the existing directors in terms of the lines of reporting. And also, we are already seeing the impact of some of these proposals, which they're going through consultation. Officers have already started to leave the organisation. So I think it's something that should be noted. And for the Chief Executive to seriously relook at the structure that she wants to implement. Thank you.
Yeah, just based on that, obviously, if we just touch into things being noted, we are obviously sat with the Chair of Overview and Scrutiny, who will be listening to our recommendations and everything that's here tonight, and that will be noted and passed on. Simon Phipps.
Thank you very much, Chair. I thought I'd just come in on a few points with regards to the senior management review that was raised by Councillor Ali. So, first of all, it's not correct to say that this is the same structure that's been proposed as the one that was in place in 2014. There may be some similar job roles within them, but in fact the structure is quite significantly different, especially when you consider the job roles that the individuals will have. We're going from a system of having quite a siloed operating council, which doesn't work well across streams, and we've all seen examples of that, where we have work that is being done by one part of the council that is not really taking into account work that's being done elsewhere. And that's something that in the 21st century, with the situation that we have right now, we cannot continue to do. We cannot be the same council that we've had for the last 10 years that I've been here, for the last 20 odd years that you might have been here. And if that means that we need to change the way that we operate with regards to heads of service, which have been referred to significantly, and they are fantastic people for this council. However, it does mean that sometimes we have to review, like any business does periodically, are they in the correct positions? Do they have the correct job roles? And do they have the real teeth in their job roles to be able to do the things that they want to do to be able to make our borough a better place to live in. And so ultimately, by going through this process, not only will we have, you refer to the group directors and the cost of them, not only will we have those directors that will have the ability to oversee multiple departments within the council and to be able to provide that strategic leadership to make sure that we aren't siloed, that will replace some of the work that's being done by directors, and that's why you have the position where directors will be in each individual area only for the job roles that they need to provide. Heads of service especially will have the opportunity to be able to apply for job roles, and I hope that some of them certainly will be able to get those jobs because they do fantastic work, and I think that in the new system they'll have an even better chance of being able to carry on the work. So you keep referring to it's the heads of service that will get us out of the situation, as was reported by the LGA. But in reality, there's nothing being done to take the heads of service away. They're being moved into a position where they can have more impact and influence over council services compared to the very narrow impact and influence they have right now.
Does anyone else have any follow-up questions to add to that? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I just welcomed, obviously, Bhavinder's response to Councillor Ali, obviously, in terms of going forward. I think we all agree change management is one of the hardest holy grails to actually achieve, whether it's the public sector or the private sector. What confidence can we have as members that senior officers can achieve this with a more streamlined workforce and a management structure? How will you ensure that you take middle management and the front end workforce with you? That's my first question. My second question is how will silo working be eradicated to deliver better cross directorate working? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sahota. So in terms of joint working and assessing the new structure and skills and capabilities, as Councillor Phipps said, that the existing heads of service have an opportunity to apply for roles that have a greater span of control. That will all be assessed through a competency and capabilities assessment framework so that we put forward, so everybody has an equal opportunity to apply for the roles, to identify their skills and capabilities, and also development plans. So as we move into change management and joint leadership working, as part of the new structure, there will be a significant programme of leadership development, of co-designing. In fact, the improvement plan that we are presenting to Cabinet is a co-design across officers with defined leads identified. But the aim of the new structure is that, one, it provides opportunities for those who wish to strive for a better role, a more expanded role, and then the proposals that are in the job descriptions and the person specifications, and as I say, the capabilities framework that has been developed alongside this new structure is one that will hold that new team to account far more than it's ever been held to account before, of delivering within the budget, of delivering transformational change, of being able to evidence that their service areas are continually improving and they're able to compare those with the best in class. So it isn't just about a structure that shows boxes that might be similar to something, say, that had been in place in the past or is in place in other councils. There is a lot more behind it, as I say, around capability framework, around training, about leadership development, about succession planning. But most importantly, this is about creating that one Dudley team, which this structure seeks to put in place. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Sota.
And so with redundancies and stuff that are planned, which is a large part of money saving, what do you think the negative knock-on effects will be to removing team members from CAPA or from different services overall?
So in terms of the redundancy element that's been written into the budget, and again, Brendan may wish to come in, that is a reserve that has been put in case that is needed. So as and when that is needed, that money can be used. In terms of the CAPA specific reference that you've raised, the CAPA review has been undertaken over a year. It involves a different way of working, rather than just what we are not proposing is just to slash posts. It is about working differently. It is about using technology differently. And it is also about focusing on those things that really matter. So where I refer to duplication of effort, if we can remove that, that enables us to be more efficient. So we have, for example, several support teams across the organisation that are largely doing the same thing. We run, for example, campaigns that we might run in paper as well as electronic, but the paper ones are very much underutilised and don't have the impact. So the CAPA review that has been undertaken over several months has identified new ways of working, new ways for CAPA to collaborate and work differently, and it is an evolving process. One of the key elements of the changes that we're bringing in as part of the operating model and the senior management review is the concept of continuous improvement and the concept of evidence base. So being able to demonstrate the impact and the efficiencies that we're making, not just in the financial spend of the council, but in the way that we're able to deliver more through the changes and the efficiencies we make. Now that is all timetabled and due for delivery as part of the improvement plan over the next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you. These mics are pretty there. So going on to other things, is there anyone else from our side that wants to ask anything before I jump in? Councillor Griffin.
I would like to ask a few questions actually, but I'll start with one. I've thumbed through this document, tried to take in as much as I could on it. I was promised a scaled down version, but I don't think I got one. But what I would like to ask is, on page 70, and I'm particularly talking about, it says the DCCS part, the pause of e-tendering system will save 35k by doing this pause. What is the replacement system? Or do we simply tender for nothing? I don't quite see it.
Can I just jump in here briefly? These questions really should be being asked of the two cabinet members, Councillors Clark and Bradley, and if they need to take advice from an officer, then they should be given the opportunity to do so. Just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Did you finish, Jason? Sorry. Did you want to just carry on to your second one as well, if it's coming from the same place? Or you run out?
Thank you. I'm just going to refer that to Louisa, please. I don't know whether it's for now or it's for the next session, which would probably be in DCC. Is that correct? Do you want it in the next session or do you want it now?
If you feel it's for the next session, then don't answer it now. We'll wait for the next session. Just questions that are relevant to this one, please.
Okay, I think that is relevant to the next section.
Well, we are covering the next session anyway, Jason, so that's a good, okay, cool. Do you want to ask your next question, please?
Look, I'm not used to the format. I'm trying my best, to be honest with you. I know we were asked to not talk about things that we talked about before or came earlier, but I do really want to make this point, and it's this. What have we protected in these documents that the 114 commissioners wouldn't have? And potentially, have we gone further than they would? Because I do wonder that in some of these proposals, we have.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Sorry, did you want to? Well, no, I was going to refer that on to either you or Brendan, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just in relation to the commissioners, because the point has been raised on several times. When a council, if you take Birmingham, for example, they went in section 114 and the commissioners came in. The commissioners are there to guide and advise, just like officers are in any council. They are just an extra layer of advice and guidance. The commissioners do not make any decisions. It is still for the local authority to make the decisions. What the commissioners do is pose an extra check and challenge around discretionary services that councils still run, and even statutory services that those councils that are in financial constraints still run, to see if they can be run at minimal levels. So you've asked in this budget what we've protected. So we are still running statutory services above a minimum level. We are still focused around prevention rather than reactive. Elements such as the leisure centres are not in the budget because they were considered important to local people. In terms of the borough halls, we are hoping that they will be able to be taken over by third parties. But if they're not, then we will review what the future options are for those. The libraries are still subject to further review. So in relation to what have we done that commissioners wouldn't do, what we have been able to do is still protect functions. As Brendan outlined, we're a council that's still spending over £300 million. There are no services that have been cut completely. We have reduced some, and we hope that as part of the transformation and the new operating model and the new structure, that we can start to work with partners and deliver them differently to build them back up. But we are focusing on those areas that are important to residents. And our demand-led services, such as children's and adults, are still way above statutory minimums. But just to clarify to members that commissioners do not tell a council what to do. The council is still expected to make those decisions. But what you do have from commissioners is the ability to instruct a council to make that decision, but they won't make that decision for you. I just wanted to clarify that so it's clearer. Thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned borough halls. I noticed within the paperwork it states that borough halls and Himley Hall are all put together, and they generated a operating profit of £80,000 last year. If that's the case and it's showing an operating profit of the whole lot, what would be the thought process behind trying to offload borough halls?
So the borough halls do carry a subsidy, and that subsidy is growing, as do the leisure centres, but they are considered, as we say, services that are important. In terms of Himley, a lot of work has been done by teams that are within commercial to bring in more income and generate more income. But it is an area where we feel that actually perhaps a third party could come in and increase more profits. So it's a constantly evolving field, but we have been able to protect areas like Himley from further cuts. So in those areas, we've worked hard because those are important to those local people who use and visit and experience that function. Thank you.
So yeah, I'm guilty of myself there, of kind of listening to some words and stepping into the next session again, asking you questions, which unfortunately might get repeated later. Are there any other questions for, Councillor Pete?
Councillor Pete. I have to echo Councillor Pete Lowe over there. I'm extremely worried that the weight of these cuts has been directed at working families. It's hard to avoid the conclusion they're bearing the weight of this. In terms specifically the council tax reduction scheme, you're reducing the amount of support given to working families. And this, I have to look at the cumulative effect, because there's a lot of cuts coming, working families, a lot of extra charges. And we just look at housing, service charges, rents going up, council taxes going up. The wider world, water rates are going up, electricity bills, food. Anyone who's got a family, like a lot of these working families have, they have to buy a lot of food. It's all getting much more expensive, and this is an added charge on them, an extra £7 that you're quoting us. How is that not going to affect the most vulnerable people in society? It's obviously going to affect them. So it makes a mockery of what you're saying, that you're protecting the most vulnerable. Obviously, this is affecting negatively the most vulnerable. I'm very concerned about that. Another point, who shall I address? You, Steve. About the staff cuts, 220 people, jobs frozen, other jobs lost. You're quoting transformation schemes, you're going to transform the way people work. In the end, you're going to keep asking people to do the job of 2, 3, 4 people. I've heard this for years, we're transforming the way people work. In the end, you need people on the ground to get the job done. And yet you're talking about cutting even more numbers. In other reports, you're discussing the use of chatbots, AI, to do the job for you. I mean, in the future, they're going to be robots doing the job. These softwares software packages cost money. To have chatbots, to have virtual reality assistants, that in itself is an increasing cost. It gets more and more expensive the more you use them. So in the end, that will be counterproductive, and you do need people. I'm worried, like a lot of the councillors, about what service you'll be providing at the end of this in 2, 3, 4 years' time. You know, will the service be run down to such a position that it's non-existent?
Yeah, Councillor Phipps, I think. Oh, no, sorry, Councillor Clark's going to answer that first.
Thank you, Chair. Just to come back on your question, the biggest saving that we're getting from this budget is from the total operating model, rather than you saying it's the most vulnerable. And we are still helping, whilst it's not 77%, it is 40%. So we are still helping with those, with the vulnerable as well. I don't know whether Balvinda wants to come in about the amount of people, that the 277 that are being made redundant. Sorry, that's completely wrong, that are changing.
So in terms of the deletion of vacancies, those are vacant posts. Those were posts that were considered to be other areas that we could reduce in. Now we keep those under review, and if an area needs additional staffing, then we have weekly meetings where they can present a business case and confirm that need. In terms of the use of AI and chatbots, in areas like social care, other local authorities in the country have made some significant progress in virtual assistants, helping to get people the services they need, because it is so advanced. It is an investor save. You absolutely do have to invest in technology to get the investment later, but it isn't as informal as you might think. That actually the chatbots are very sophisticated and do guide people through a transactional process. If the chatbot, such as if you take, for example, 111, the NHS, that is also driven through flows of taking people to the place where they need to be. It is something that, along with other councils, we have to, because demand on our services is growing, and in order to meet that demand and to still be able to respond, we have to look at innovative ways of delivering services rather than the traditional face-to-face model. Thank you.
I think, did Councillor Phipps want to come in first and reply to Councillor Drake as well?
Yeah, thank you very much. And just building on the point with regards to technology, because it would be completely remiss of the council to ignore what is happening across the rest of the world. And to relegate it to just chatbots is a tiny part of what work needs to be done. That assists with customer service elements, and quite frankly, it's probably the easiest thing you can possibly do to get started on the sort of journey of using technology to increase what capacity you have to deal with workload. But when it comes to looking at, this is a different session of course, but when you look at the Environment Directorate, Balvinda mentioned adult social care and social care services one, but the Environment Directorate in particular, you look at the ability to be able to use technology to assist with workforce planning and planning what work needs to be done around the borough, the services that we're doing, the amount of data that we can collect from around the borough with regards to, you know, the environment. I mean, it's just bin lorries going around collecting data, gives you an absolute army of ideas and potential things that you can do to create efficiencies. But what we need is, we need, one, the technology to do that, and yes, that does mean that you need to invest money, but you also need the skills to be able to interpret that data and apply it to the services that we run. And at the moment, we're deleting 220 plus vacancies, as it says on the screen there. Those are jobs that at the moment are already vacant and are being done possibly by, more than likely being done by other people. And we've decided that it is possible to continue that situation. But in reality, with, I can't go into detail of the particular posts, but I can't imagine there'll be many areas where you cannot bring a level of technological advancement in to help ensure that the work that two people might be doing on those vacancies now does not need to be that. It only needs to be one person. Because if we ignore the huge developments that businesses are absolutely reaping the benefit out of right now will be doing the same things that we were doing in the 1970s and 80s. You know, the people that, no offence to people at the back that might have started in Lister Road in 1980 and are still here now, but if we do things the same way that they did it when they started, we are not going to make any savings, we're not going to make any efficiencies, and we're not going to deliver services in a good way. We have to embrace this sort of development, and it does mean that we have to invest some money, and it does mean that workforce requirements will change along with that. But we have to accept it, in my opinion.
Councillor Dobbs.
Yeah, I totally agree with you about use of technology. I just have to question the benefits of it. I mean, everybody's used chatbots here. Everybody knows very often they don't give you the answer you want. You want to go and email somebody, you want to talk to somebody. So I have to question the benefits. I don't think it'll be quite as extensive as you think. It'd be nice if that was true, but you'll always need a person to go back to if the answers aren't there from the chatbot, from the AI. I mean, everybody, you know, you contact Amazon, you contact any company, you know, Microsoft, they don't give you the answers you want. You need people. And, you know, that means you won't be making the savings that you're predicting.
If the only technology that this council employs is a chatbot, then everybody in this room needs to go home because there's no point.
Yeah, I think the point's been made and probably answered. The one question, have we got any more questions from for the future committee? Because if not, in a couple of minutes, I will pass it back over to Sean to overview and scrutiny. Councillor Ali?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This one relates to reference number 94. It says the cost of using the external provider has significantly increased due to printing and postage costs. So, you know, clearly this is an example of outsourcing that hasn't worked. So, can you tell us how this is going to now improve? Are you proposing to bring this service back in-house? I don't know who that is to.
So thank you, Councillor Ali. I'm going to pass that over to Louisa, who'll introduce herself and then talk through that because she's led on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So my name is Louisa Fulci. I'm responsible for digital technology procurement and commercial. Yes, we outsourced the business mail part of all of our mailings. The price increases are due to very high Royal Mail price increases over the last 4 years, on average about 15% or more per year. And some of those price increases have actually been twice a year. We have checked the price that we pay per item with our new supplier versus with the print services. And the outsourced provider is still providing a cheaper service than we would have been able to provide internally. A fundamental reason for that is that the outsourced provider is able to access what we call DSA Royal Mail services, which are wholesale Royal Mail services, which we were not able to access. So we had to use the most expensive Royal Mail services. And also we were not able to deploy Mailmark technology, which is the Royal Mail cheapest service. So we were on the most expensive Royal Mail services. So the prices have been going up, but it's due fundamentally to Royal Mail prices.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Does the council now have capacity to do this, provide this service internally in-house through its print services unit?
It would never be able to be as effective as an outsourced provider that manages the mail for many, many, many customers. And no, specifically, we would not be able to achieve the minimum volumes that are required to be able to use access services.
Thank you, Chair. Another question on the reduction in the number of scrutiny committees to 4. Now is the time for greater scrutiny in terms of where the council is and where the council is heading in the future. What is the rationale behind that 4 will work better?
I think if that was answered by one of the elected members, would probably be a good thing. I think just to jump in there quickly, obviously, for people who don't know, I think there's 7 scrutiny committees, and the proposal is to cut them down to 4. And as Councillor Ali has alluded to, I think now is the time for people would think for more scrutiny. Obviously, the financial state of the council at the minute. Do we really think now's the time to bring in less scrutiny of any decisions made by elected members or lead officers?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to refer that to Balvinda. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So moving to 4 scrutiny committees will facilitate more focus. Simply having increased numbers doesn't increase more scrutiny, because we have seen this year several times the same reports going to different scrutinies because they've overlapped so much. So the aim is that the 4 scrutiny committees, through the officer to provide the more robust reporting to enable them to be scrutinised. We will still deliver all the statutory requirements of scrutiny, but it will mean less duplication of effort and and more focus on those key items that really need the scrutiny. So the plan is that there's an overarching scrutiny committee, which is the management looks after the budget, and that's really important. And then there is also scrutiny of the improvement plan through that vehicle, and then the place-based services get their scrutiny. Then it's done rather than by directorate but by theme, to allow again that overlap between what can be, for example, a service that could be labelled housing and then green care, so that you can get that rounded view of scrutiny. So whilst it's physically less in number, it will focus the scrutiny function more, and actually it's a model that's been supported by the Local Government Association. Thank you.
I'll let Councillor Ali come back on just for this one. What I will do after Councillor Ali spoke, I think Simon Phipps might want to come in, but I am going to pass it back over to Sean at that point to give everyone scrutiny 15 minutes, because I know Pete and a few others on that side have pressed their button. So if Councillor Ali has his question, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, just to come back on that, I think in terms of duplication of papers, same papers going to different committees, I mean, that is inefficient on part of the offices, if I can say that. I mean, that is not down to elected members. No, and also I think that response would have been better coming from Councillor Clark, because this is a political decision in terms of reducing the number of scrutiny committees. And as I've said, this council is going through one of the most significant changes right at this moment. It needs far more greater transparency and scrutiny. And by doing away with the element which is going to be focusing on transparency, on scrutiny, on monitoring, it doesn't stack up really well to reduce the numbers from 6 to 4. I mean, why isn't 5 better? Why isn't 6 better than 4?
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. These are what we've modelled, and that's the solution that we feel best. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think it's worth us all remembering that obviously the elected members are the ones that we're holding to account along with the budget and the scrutiny of. So to keep expecting officers to answer the most difficult questions without elected members giving an answer, it becomes a little bit tedious sometimes, where we would want the answers from the people that are actually authorising any decisions that were being made. I am going to pass back over to Sean now to overview and scrutiny.
Thank you, Steve. I'll come to other members of overview in a minute. We've got about 50, well, I'm going to say 10 or 12 minutes left. So a couple of things from me first. First to Councillor Clark. I wasn't elected to cut people's council tax allowance. People who've got council tax allowance are the people who need it. People have been asked to pay 44% more for their green waste collections, which we'll discuss later in the week. Increased leisure centre fees, parking charges have already been introduced. Some of the planning fees have gone up an eye-watering amount. And now we're asking people to give up some of their council tax allowance. Obviously, the budget hasn't been approved yet. The whole point of this meeting is to scrutinise and to decide amongst ourselves which way we think we'll vote when we get to the full council on the budget. I'm minded not to support this because I don't want to take people's council tax support away. As I've already said, £7 is a day's heating or a day's food. So what alternatives are there if that is not approved? What alternatives are there? What's the plan B if members feel, no, we can't support reducing council tax reduction to 40% maximum? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is the budget that we've come up with. This is the budget that we've looked at all aspects of the budgeting and the facilities of the council, and we have to reduce our costs. And so we've looked at every single aspect, and some charges have had to go up, some benefits have had to go down and be reduced, and this is the budget that we've come up with.
Okay, so if the council tax reduction is the straw that breaks the camel's back and the budget is voted down at full council, is there nothing that you've thought of that could make up for that amount lost?
Thank you, Chair. We've literally put everything on the table. We've looked at the total operating model. We've looked at all the vacancies. We've looked at all the voluntary services. We've looked at putting up charges. We've put in car park charges. We've looked at everything to make sure that this budget is as balanced as possible in order to present the budget to not only Cabinet but to the full council. In terms of a plan B, this is just part of the budget that we've set forward to yourselves that is needing to be there to be scrutinised.
Okay, so I take from that if this is voted down, there is no plan B, that's it. You don't have to answer that. Thank you for your honesty as well when you give me that answer. Councillor Bradley, a question for you before I hand over to colleagues on overview. I've always been told that once the inspectors are in, if the council declares section 114, that's it. They make the decisions. It's taken out of our hands. But the chief executive has just almost said, well, no, actually, they're a further layer of support and advice. Do we need a further layer of support and advice in the dire situation that we're in?
Well, I don't think we need a further layer of support. But what I will say is I too wasn't elected to make reductions. I feel as uneasy as everyone else, and I'm sure as every cabinet member in here is very uneasy that we have to make these difficult decisions, but we are where we are. So we have been very lucky to have a commissioner come in and help us with that technical advice and support. Going from 77% down to 40 is something that I would have never wanted to do. It's as if we're going from a gold-plated service down to a silver-plated service, which is very unfortunate. And I'm very mindful of the fact that I'm very much hoping that this is a temporary situation, and in the future, when we get ourselves and our books are balanced and we have more reserves, we can go back on some of these difficult decisions and put them back on the table. Thank you.
Okay, so can you just clarify then that section 114, an extra level of advice and support, is bad?
I think it'd be reputationally bad if he came into this council. Being as we have had the technical advice that has been needed, we have been able to put a balanced budget forward.
Thank you. Any questions from other members of Overview? Councillor Lowe.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, picking up on Paul's point that we are where we are, I'll take Tom's advice for now and not go into the history. But yes, I think most of us, or certainly many of us, know why we are where we are. With regard to the question about scrutiny, I think the very fact that a politician deferred a question on scrutiny to an officer indicates, Chair, exactly why we require high-quality scrutiny within this council. I was elected because I'm a big believer in a politically led council, not one that defers to officers around such a fundamental question such as that. With regard, Chair, to the target operating model, and I think as Councillor Phipps alluded to, a number of us have been here a number of years. I've been around long enough to see this alliteration of a target operating model for the third time now, and the quotes have been very similar, albeit always said by a different occupant sitting in the seat, and the outcome appears to be very different. And what I do welcome around it is certainly the Leader of the Council's views have changed markedly differently to what is on the record comments were back in 2014, the last time we went down an assisted director model. So that element of it is welcome. The comment, and it's coming back to Steve Clark's point earlier around those most impacted, and just again, Chair, just for noting that whilst members of the public are impacted by a whole range of issues around the council tax reduction, when asked a very direct question about those with the broadest shoulders, the only example was actually the target operating model, which I believe impacts on, first of all, you need to be a council employee to be impacted by the target operating model. So I think that's a concern. With regard to the changes to the council tax reduction, I'm looking on page 59, but also it's on the sheet, and the £4.1 million. What is the breakdown if we add some of the protections to those having to pay council tax reduction, such as those outlined on page 53, bullet point 3, points A to E? Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. It's a technical question. I'd refer that to Brendan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to be seen as passing the ball, but I'm going to ask my colleague Rachel Dobson, who is an expert in the technicalities of this, to pick that one up. Rachel, if you would, please. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Rachel Dobson, I'm head of Revs and Bends, just to answer Councillor's question before. Would you be able to elaborate on the point for me, please?
Push back. I'd welcome that from a politician, but I'll certainly take it from an officer. Yeah, so the point on the council tax reduction is that the 4.165 million, my understanding in reading the report, is if in effect that across the board, the same percentage applies to each of them. Now, my understanding is that further protections or further amendments can be made. So, for example, it will only apply for those on a particular council tax band. If that is the case, what would be the impact on the £4.16 million?
I think I probably need to come back to you on the individual breakdown, if that's okay. I can get that back to scrutiny tomorrow, if that's acceptable, Chair.
No, I think it's absolutely feel free to contact me, and I'll try my best to describe it in a way that I can make you understand. But yeah, absolutely understandable.
Thank you. Got time for one more question then in this session. Councillor Priest, I believe you've got a comment.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. It's 3 questions, but I'll ask them all at once because they're all broadly on the same thing, and it's all about the amount of money that we're putting back into reserves. Now, I know in the budget we've settled on £5 million to be put back into reserves. I'm interested to know how you came up with that figure. Is that enough to protect the council against any further financial shock? So we've heard over the last year that it was a sudden shock that catapulted into this mess. Is £5 million enough to insulate us against any further unforeseen shock? And what level of reserves would you expect to see before we are financially in the clear? Because I'm guessing it's just not the £5 million that we're putting in this year's budget.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Yes, it is £5 million per year that we are putting over the next 5 years. And I think when we've got to the region of 35 million, I think that's going to be the level that we need to keep in reserves, and that's based on the advice that I've had from my 151 officer.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Phipps, I believe you wish to speak because of the short answer to that question. We've got time.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's picking up on several matters that were raised earlier on that I have actually been directly involved with. And as you may know, at the moment, I do not have a particular portfolio, so it does mean that I have relative freedom to be able to take a look into various different areas of council policy, and governance and scrutiny is one of the areas that I've been particularly looking into. So I would have been able to answer those scrutiny questions had it been referred to me to start off with. With regards to the scrutiny committees, at the moment, it is of my opinion that scrutiny is an unwieldy beast in the council that really does need to have much more focus, and it needs to have the ability to have proper impact on policies that are developed. Now, this year has not been a good example of that, and I think that's partly down to the speed in which the council has had to move in order to address the financial situation that we're in right now, but it's also due to the makeup of the committees and the duplication that goes on. It's certainly possible to have a scrutiny system with 4 committees that may have larger committee memberships. That would also be able to give scrutiny committees that cover all elements of council services the ability to not only meet more often, but also to possibly meet in settings where you may be able to have much more in-depth conversations about services that councillors may be concerned about, or areas where the council needs to make significant transformation. You know, when it comes down to discussing really quite wide-ranging council service change over the next few years, you're going to have situations where, when talking in public, you may not be able to have the full-throated discussions that you might want to have about how services are delivered, and in particular about the way that staffing impacts on how those services are delivered. And having a scrutiny system which has less committees but more ability to have meetings that will discuss those sorts of issues on a subcommittee level will be far greater in order achieving anything than it has been, in my opinion, over the last year. And as I say, I'm not laying any blame on that on anyone. I think that's as a result of the situation that we're in. But moving forward, it has to be in a different setting that we make some positive change through scrutiny on council policy. And I've fully endorsed the proposal that was put forward, and it was something that I proposed in the first place anyway. And when it comes to commissioners, there's a very simple reason why I don't think you would want them in the council. They cost a hell of a lot of money, and unlike the one that's been working with us that the LGA has paid for, the people of Dudley would be paying those commissioners. And if the council were not to take decisions such as in this budget document here, and the commissioners were forced to make statutory recommendations and direct council policy, they would be making decisions to increase people's council tax by the necessary amount to reach the total income that we spend out. So they would set a council tax at a level with an agreement by the government that would cover our expenditure, and that would be far worse than the proposals that have been put forward in this document, a 5% increase and the changes to council tax reduction.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. You'd make a good leader, if you don't mind me saying. Disagree with some of what you say, agree with other parts, but that's the whole point of this scrutiny process that we're with. Just to reassure you, the reason that questions probably aren't being asked to you is that you're not on the list, as they say, for this scrutiny session. No, you stay there. I love your eloquence, Councillor Phipps. We've overrun by a minute, but I think Councillor Lawrence wants to come in really quickly.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's just on a comment made earlier about the select committees and topics overrunning, and it was said that officers were to blame. I think that's unfair. I think that comes down to the chairs of the committees. In times gone by, the Overview and Scrutiny Committee would meet with all the chairs and would discuss our agendas for the year. Just a point, I think it's unfair to say that officers are making that mistake.
I'm not sure that's the point that was made. I think the point that was made was that questions were being put to officers rather than members, but maybe I've got that wrong. I don't know. But we have run out of time now, and thanks for that point. It is noted. Right, we'll have a couple of minutes so that people can maybe go and do what they need to do, and we'll start at 25 to 8, and the next session will be Fit for the Future again for digital customer and commercial services, and on the front row there, which we call in the dock, all I've got down is Councillor Atkins, so I'll see you in 5 minutes, everyone.
Chair, just before everybody departs, I'd like to apologise.
Sorry, everyone.
Yeah.
Sorry, everyone. Balvinda just wants to say something.
Sorry, just a couple of points. Firstly, I'd like to apologise for the coldness. I know it's really, really quite biting. But secondly, any questions that we take away tonight, because I'm aware that some councillors will leave, any questions that we've taken away, and I believe we've taken away 2 to come back to you on, we will make sure that all members receive those responses as quickly as we can, ideally tomorrow. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, everyone. See you in a couple of minutes. Okay, folks, we're going to get started in about a minute or so, so if you can take your seats, please. Okay, everyone. We're going to get started on the third session of the night. Just to warn everyone that we're obviously now running around 10 minutes late. I don't want any scrutiny committee's debate time to be shortened because of overrunning. So if we're approaching 9:30 when we'll be with housing and communities, I will put forward a motion to suspend procedure rules so that we can overrun, hopefully by no more than 15 or 20 minutes, but that has to be done. So, okay, the next session today is on Digital Customer and Commercial Services Directorate. Again, it's members of Fit for the Future and Council Sustainability. We've been joined by Councillor Phil Atkins in the dock. Councillor Clark and Councillor Bradley are still with us as well. So, same as before, I'm going to hand over to Councillor Edwards shortly, who will lead the session for Fit for the Future. Members of Fit for the Future will ask their questions. Please remember, questions must be addressed to the relevant Cabinet member or members, not to officers themselves. Officers can be brought in by the Cabinet members if they need any advice or support. So, on that note, Councillor Edwards, over to you.
Yeah, just a quick one on that. Obviously, time is of the essence, and I know we've got some very important questions to ask. So, if I ask if people have got questions, if we can just move into asking the questions, so we can get some good answers. I'll now open it up to Belvinder. Are you going to talk through on the slides?
It's going to be, sorry, Chair. It's going to be the portfolio holder followed by the director. Thank you.
Councillor Atkins.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So good evening, everybody. Cabinet Member for Corporate Strategy, and this directorate falls into my portfolio. So the presentation you've had provides a comprehensive overview of the directorate's objectives, key financial decisions and cost-saving priorities as a cornerstone of the Council's efforts to modernise and improve service delivery. The Digital, Commercial and Customer Services Directorate is committed to driving innovation, enhancing customer experience and achieving sustainable efficiencies. They collaborate with various service areas across the Council in a supportive role to enhance the overall Council position. The budget plan emphasises both cost-saving measures and growth initiatives. This includes projects like centralising customer service operations, optimising contact centre resources to improve efficiency and accessibility, and leveraging digital technology to streamline workflows and reduce overheads via procurement enhancements and the integration of innovative tools like AI to simplify processes. Before you and in the pack are significant savings, including reductions in IT licensing costs, scaling down of physical printing infrastructure, and the reassessment of external service contracts. We've also explored income generation strategies like adjusting fees for services and expanding commercial opportunities, particularly at places like Himley Hall. The real pound savings for this area are relatively modest. However, despite only accounting for 5.5% of the overall council budget, you've still managed to achieve an 18% savings in the proposals before you. I'll hand over to Louisa to go through any more of the slides in more detail. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Phil. As I said earlier, my name is Louisa Fulci, responsible for this directorate that covers digital, technology, procurement, and commercial, and libraries. As Councillor Atkins has said, the budget in the area is reducing by 3.3 million, and that's an 18.5% reduction. We're able to draw on the changes that we made over the last few years to make these savings, and we're still able, we believe, to deliver the outcomes that we're expected to deliver. So I'll give you a few examples of what I mean by that. So for example, customer services is one of our biggest areas, the running of DC+. Over the last few years, we're now in a position where we're constantly meeting the targets, the way, the speed with which we answer phone calls and the number of calls that we answer, as well as how we see people in person. We've also extensively rolled out My Dudley, which allows many residents to self-serve. This has allowed us to reduce the cost in this area by 30%. And we're now going to be focusing our efforts on consolidating call centres from other areas of the organisation to achieve further savings. So that's an example of how we've worked hard over the last 3 years to really set in place those conditions that have allowed us to save 30%. In technology, which is another area where we have a relatively large budget, still small compared to the rest of the organisation, we've reviewed many of our processes. For example, the starter process. When somebody joins the council, what's the process for onboarding them? How do we provide them the kit? We've automated many of the processes, as well many of the deep technical processes that we run. And we've also switched some of our big systems from running them ourselves on premise to running them in the cloud with our suppliers. This has enabled us to reduce staff and a budget reduction of over £1 million, whilst at the same time actually delivering a better service to service areas. In commercial, we've closed loss-making services. Unfortunately, we had difficult decisions, and we have improved the revenue in other areas. And this has enabled the commercial team to half the budget. Now, there are risks in the savings we propose. They are ambitious. And as Councillor Atkins has said, a lot of the savings that we deliver, we do so by working across the council with other service areas. To mitigate those risks, we have to prepare now this quarter to be able to hit the ground running at the start of 25-26. That's all I wanted to say as an intro. The savings are on the screens, and the team is also here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Louisa. So if we open up to my committee first, Councillor Drake.
How big a risk is it that we're not going to achieve these savings? How optimistic are you? How realistic are you being with the budget? And some of these savings, such as procurement, I've heard talk of this for years since I was first a councillor. There's constant talk of we're making savings on procurement. And again, that doesn't transpire, that doesn't happen. Is that going to be the case this time? And it's very important that the savings are made, otherwise it invalidates your whole budget. I mean, how big a risk is this? Is this really going to happen this time? Is this the time you do make savings on procurement, on the use of technology? An additional question, bereavement, this comes under this? No. Okay, just that one, thanks.
Phil.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good question. The risk is stretched across the entire council. As we've said, we are, for the vast majority of services, supportive in nature. I'm optimistic that the savings put into here are realistic and they can be achieved. With regards to procurement is actually a good news story for this council. The team, headed by the gentleman behind you, has made savings of this council, and that's real pound savings on contracts. Now, we are tracking those through an online portal where all of the procurement savings are put in so that we can keep track of exactly what's going on. The key thing to remember, though, is that at the moment they are still limited with a low threshold of when they get involved due to the size of the team and statutory requirements around that. So at the moment, the procurement team are not scrutinising as much as they possibly could. And what we want to do is we actually want to invest and put more resources into there to unlock significant savings that can be made borough-wide and council-wide in order to achieve the exact outcomes that you've just suggested.
Yeah, just quickly come back. So you're spending money in order to save money again. You're recruiting these procurement staff in order to make procurement savings. Isn't that in itself an additional risk? Because with the existing staff, you've not achieved very much. What guarantee is there that you will do it this time? How much of, I mean, what happens if you don't achieve the savings with procurement? I mean, will that...
Well, I push back on the haven't achieved very much at all. I think we've made tens, hundreds of thousands of pounds on contract savings going forward. Now, all of those will get unlocked year on year over the term of the contract. So I push back emphatically that we haven't done anything. And like I said, when I say that there's a lower threshold, I'll bring Tim in to answer the detail, but my understanding is it's £240,000, the contract value. So anything under that, am I right in that? 230,000, my apologies, 230,000. So anything under that value currently doesn't go through the procurement team. And that's why we want to invest into it, so that anything under that value can be included.
Councillor Ali, do you want to come in?
Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question is around libraries, and there's a potential threat to Sedgley Library. Can you confirm whether its closure is under consideration, because the building has to, I think, vacated by summer 2026? That's to yourself, Councillor Atkins.
Thank you. As far as I'm understanding, the council contract has been reviewed, and that remains as it is. If there's specific closures, I've not been cited, not aware of them.
Louisa, did you want to come in on that?
So there is no plan to close any libraries. In fact, the contract was re-procured with all the libraries. We are aware that Ladies Walk in Sedgley, it's a PFI building, extremely, extremely expensive. Adults were also in that building, they're moving out. So we are definitely making a saving, a substantial saving, by no longer having Ladies Walk when that contract runs out. We have plenty of time to seek an alternative solution for when Ladies Walk closes. We have been already put things in motion very, very early on to seek alternative provision and are working on that.
Yeah, thank you for confirming that you will seek alternative provision. In relation to, there's a comment here under libraries, and it talks about focusing next year on needs assessment across the borough. Now, does this mean closure or rationalisation of libraries?
The contract is the contract, and that's been renegotiated and is standing as it stands.
No, I quite understand the contract is a contract, but it says to undertake a needs assessment. What is the purpose of undertaking a needs assessment if the contract has already been issued? So, you know, this does give a level of insecurity, or it doesn't give a very strong assurance that the libraries are safe, because, you know, you could well end up doing a needs assessment and say this building is not being used, or this library is not being used, therefore we're going to close it, or there's going to be rationalisation, merging with another one. So can you clarify that? Because, you know, that does give a very wrong impression when reading it, or certainly to me it does.
I'll let Louise answer the more technical detail behind it, but I think a needs assessment is all about what resources can go into the library services and what can be run from the libraries to make them a better use to the public. But I'll let Louise answer in more detail.
Thank you. And that is exactly the point. So when I have spoken to the department that is responsible, the government department that is responsible for libraries, we have not had a needs assessment for very many, many years. So the Department of Culture is expecting us as well to assess the needs of the council, to assess whether we're providing a need that reflects not only the needs, but also how they are distributed across the council, and whether also they can be provided in a more joined up way with other public services, which is the trend they have been seeing in other areas. So there is definitively the need to re-carry out an assessment. What that need assessment will result in is to be determined. But the government is also expecting us to do that because we have not done it for many, many years.
And also, it's also important that the needs assessment covers what are the future needs of library users. With more introduction of digital solutions, we need to be ensuring that our libraries can flex and change to future requirements and needs. So that will also inform that. Thank you.
Can I jump in there? Can I ask why there's been no recent needs assessments done before now?
I think, to be brutally frank, it's a question of prioritisation. It's an extremely complex process to assess the needs of library users. It's not just a question of asking them, you know, do you want a library? But you also have to understand all sorts of things about transport layouts, how people can get to different areas. It's very complicated. So it's been a question of prioritisation, in truth.
Councillor, did you continue on the same line, or?
Yeah, as far as needs assessment on the basis that's been described, that's absolutely fine as long as it doesn't mean closure. You know, that's all I want to say on that one. I've got other questions, but I'll give way to others before I come back.
Councillor Russon, did you want to jump in?
Thanks, Chair. Excuse me. Councillor Atkins, initially, when I saw that we were moving away from E5 licences, the nerd in me rebelled immediately because I love my E5 licences. But I think with a lot of the integrations that Windows 11 are bringing for the different specs, I think it's just a great idea. I think we've discussed this before, Gertie, haven't we? Totally agree. I do think, and a question is, has it been looked at for almost all of us have probably got the council Lenovo's in front of us, and they are not loaded down, but there's a lot of ancillary support software running in the background. I'm curious as to the pound value to effectiveness of all that software that we've got running in the back, Papercut, the print from anywhere function, which, considering we're trying to go paperless, is... I have mixed thoughts on it. So I imagine, well, so the question is, I suppose, is that all part of the calculus that goes along with the E5s?
Councillor, you strayed into a domain of IT that I know nothing about. What I will tell you is the E5 saving that's listed there, my understanding is that they are linked to the vacancies that we talked about in the previous session and no longer needing as many E5 licenses rather than the type of software that is on the computer. I'll bring in the expert to answer that if any more is required.
Which I will pass on to the real expert in the room. Gurdeep, if you could please pick that up.
My name is Gurdeep Singh Olak. I'm the head of technology system services here in Dudley. Yes is the answer to that. They are strictly restricted to those 270 odd vacancies which we had. But also E5 is here to stay, just to assure you, because we are taking our cybersecurity as a priority as we ever mean. Thank you.
Have you got any more, Councillor Russell? Yep.
I suppose the follow-on from that is, and again, this just jumping past you guys, sorry, because it's a bit fine-grained. The Citrix workspace, the Simprex emails, signature manager agent, I get why these systems are integrated into all of the computers. I just question the degree to which they are needed. Obviously, I kind of speak, and it's hard for me not to speak from my very nerdy level of knowing what all the stuff does. And I also kind of question, I love an E5 license, we've established this, but if we're saving 64 E5 licenses, which generate, 64,000 from E5 licenses, given the degree of cloud integration and the two-factor authentication security and the degree to which systems can be secured now, I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but I wonder if E5s are actually needed when like I say, the cloud integration is so good.
Okay, I can answer that one. So I think you gone into the other softwares, for example, Citrix. If you see part of which we'll be publishing, obviously, at some point in the first quarter, our cloud strategy. A part of the cloud strategy is to rationalize all the apps we got. And definitely the two you mentioned are on the list. Citrix been consuming a lot of hardware for us. So our data centers, we got roughly 20 plus servers running. And one of the aims which we have published today in this document is about 95% virtualization achievement within the next fiscal year. So that is all part of the application rationalization which is being planned for the next year. Thank you.
It sounds like Councillor Rustin should have been consulted on any decisions maybe up until this point. Councillor Ali, did you want to jump back in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's a different question. It's related to Connect to Dudley, joint venture for temporary workforce. The report states that the provision has exceeded business case expectations and a dividend is expected in 25-26. What is the anticipated dividend? Can you confirm?
Yeah, thank you. The actual numbers, I'm going to let Louisa answer that. Thank you.
So the anticipated dividend is in the broader budget. It's not in our area. It's in a different section of the budget. Brendan will explain why it's in a different section of the budget. It's 85,000. Faye Parrott, I can answer any more questions on Connected Dudley. We were very proud of that, but we recognise also that there is a risk to Connected Dudley. There is with all councils that are running their own agencies. As we become smaller organisations with less call on agency and temporary staff, there is a risk to that setup. But we are monitoring that very, very closely and ensuring that we can reduce costs very quickly should the demand for temporary agency fall.
Just on that one, I mean, my follow-up question was going to be on that risk, because the report states Dudley's usage has declined. So what is the long-term sustainability and contractual obligations in relation to this?
If I can refer to Faye Parrott, we have a very flexible contract. Faye can go into more detail. And I must say as well, the joint venture is with Kent Commercial Services. They are also a council. They understand fully the situation we're in, and they have been a very understanding partner in terms of helping us reduce costs. But Faye, you might have something more to add on that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So my name's Faye Parrott. I'm the Head of Commercial and look after Connected Dudley. So just to pick up on your earlier point about over-delivery, Connected Dudley, when we first set it up, was forecast to deliver a cumulative surplus of £100,000 by year 5. We're in a position that that's going to have tripled. So we're looking at that forecast to be around 300,000. In terms of the contract we've got, it's a 6-year contract initially with the opportunity to extend that. We have got opportunities to exit if that doesn't work for us. But the current position, and we are just about to review the current financial position, is still looking positive despite the reduction in demand. And we've managed that by reducing the number of staff in the team and by working with other joint ventures who were in a similar difficult position.
Councillor Griffin.
Yeah, I'll ask my question. Yeah, the pause in the e-tendering system. The pause in the e-tendering system saves 35k with this. What is the replacement system, or do we simply just not get that e-tendering or anything else?
Yeah, again, a technical question. I'm just going to pass that to Louisa. Thank you.
And I'd be happy to provide the answer, but I'm going to let my colleague Tim Robbins, who's been working in this area, because he is the owner of it.
Yes, hello, I'm Tim Robbins, Head of Procurement. The short answer is that saving is made up partly of the tendering system and partly from general budget savings for the area. But fundamentally, we're looking to stay with the current e-tendering system we've got, so we're just not progressing to something else. And there are a number of reasons for that, which I can either go through now or I'm happy to provide to you separately.
Has anyone else from from Fit for the Future got a question? If we go to Councillor Drake first, yeah, and Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Chair. Question on social value. In the report, it states that 2.6 million in social value in contracts was awarded in 24-25. Can you give us examples how some of this has benefited local people?
Yeah, so they're contracts that have gone to local providers or local employment, or have encouraged local employment. Can you be a little bit more specific?
Yeah, I'm trying to get out. You're saying that there's been a £2.6 million of social value in terms of the contracts that have been issued and whatever. So I want some examples of who and has benefited, whether it's businesses, whether it's local people. You know, what difference has it made? Where is the difference? Are you able to evidence?
Yeah, so social value is part of a procurement process. So companies that bid for organisations have to explain in the contracting how they're going to provide that social value. So to go into more detail would be to provide like a list of contracts. Tim can provide some examples. Thank you.
So unfortunately, I can't provide any examples off the top of my head, but I'm happy to send you some. The key thing with the social value would be this is social value that's committed by businesses that have won tenders. And then it is down to the contract managers of those contracts to ensure that's delivered. So currently I cannot say whether that is being delivered, but I can tell you what has been proposed by bidders. And I can give you some, I can't give you the figures, but as some examples, they might run workshops for school children, is some of the social value that's delivered. And we base that on some national themes, outcomes and measures that have a pound sign against them for those figures.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, just to say, I mean, the point of asking that question is that social value is added into contracts, but if it doesn't make any difference locally to local businesses or local people, then, and, you know, we need to evidence that, because too often it's put in contracts, but it's nothing, it delivers nothing. So that's the important thing. It needs to deliver for the benefit of local people, local businesses, local economy.
Yeah, Simon, if Councillor Phipps just want to come in quickly on that, please.
Thank you. It's only a really quick one, kind of on that point, and I think this is also why it's extremely important when reviewing the operating system of the council and how we do things, because we've just seen there an example of how you go from procurement, being able to be securing that pledge from the business that's providing the service, that's won the contract, to a department in the council that is managing the delivery of that contract. And whilst there are, you know, significant improvements based on the previous system, where there was pretty much no oversight about 6 or 7 years ago when it came to contract management, when we look at the new system and the way that the council needs to operate, we need to have all of the skills of contract management in a specific specialised area of the council to manage those contracts, as opposed to expecting people who are working on day-to-day services to also be contract management experts as well. So getting some level of professionalism within the council from the operating model will help to ensure that not only are we tracking and being able to report on that, but also driving out that benefit towards the council. So I think it's another positive thing that will come through the changes to the workforce and the operating model that the council has.
Councillor Drake, do you want to jump in? So no more questions from our side? You've got one more, Councillor Ali?
The list I might ask. Thank you, Chair. Again, somewhere in the report it states that the council spends about £350 million annually with suppliers. Can you confirm how much of that is retained within the borough? How much is spent with local businesses?
I can, but not here and now. I'll have to get that back to you.
Yeah, I think with stuff that is obviously going to come back, I know Councillor Ali and speak to the future asking the questions, but if we could also make sure it's fed into Sean for our review and scrutiny as opposed to just one councillor. Have we finished on my side with councillors' questions? Because if so, one more? Yep.
On the digital grid for learning, I think that contract comes to an end. What is the implication for the council on that?
Yeah, I think the implications is that the contracts will all be renegotiated if the service is continuing on that particular contract. Again, I'll pass over to Louisa, please.
Thank you. We're working through the implications to minimise all the impact. But again, I will pass on to Faye, who's working on that critically, but we are very much on top of that.
Yeah, thank you. So I think that'll conclude our section of it. And if I just pass it back over to Sean and overview to ask your team.
Thank you. I think Faye was going to come in there, so I'll let Faye say what she was going to say.
I was just going to say, in terms of the Digital Grid for Learning contract, the implications for the council are quite limited. We'll be ceasing that arrangement where we provide IT services to our schools, but we're working really, really closely with school colleagues, and I'm working closely with Gurdeep from Technology around making sure all of our schools have a suitable offer for the future.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, to pass back to overview and scrutiny now. Before I ask other members, I've got a couple of questions myself. They're quite specific, I hope you don't mind, but Himley, is Himley in the black at the moment, or is it in the red?
Himley is currently positive against budget.
Okay, that's not what I asked. Is it in the black or is it in the red? Is it making a profit, whatever budget is, or is it making a loss?
My understanding is it's making a small profit.
Thank you. So my next question is, sorry.
Apologies, if I may just refine that comment slightly, because Himley Hall is making an operational profit. However, all of our services also are allocated a component of central costs. Once you include the central costs, Himley Hall is not making a profit. We will be reviewing, once the central costs have been recalculated for this year, I think the finance team are still working through those calculations, what the impact will be on Himley Hall at that point. But at an operational level, it's making a profit, and that profit has been improving.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Yeah, if I can just say to Cabinet members, if you're not sure, please defer to the officer, because I'd rather that than clarifications. So, on top of that then,
Chair,
so it's making next question, it's making a slight operational profit. Has it been, or is it being considered at any point to sell Himley Hall?
I think it's safe to say that all options are being considered with regards to the future of all the town halls, Himley Hall, etc. But no decision has been made yet.
This is budget scrutiny. We've got to vote on the budget. Is the sale of Himley Hall going to be part of the budget?
No.
Thank you. My next question then is probably for Councillor Bradley. You'll remember the last meeting of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, we discussed the role of the Mayor and the way that the Mayor's service is run. Would you confirm that at the current time there are no plans to change the way that the Mayor's service is run following that Overview and Scrutiny Committee?
Yes, nothing's changed from the recommendations from the committee.
Is that likely to be looked at again, or is that being put to bed now?
I think in the future it will be looked back at again, but not as yet, and it's not in this budget.
So can you confirm then that the Mayor's role will remain as it is until we do the budget scrutiny process for 2026, 2027? There won't be any alterations to the budget that's agreed as we move through 2025?
With your permission, Chair, I'll let Balvinder answer that one.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As you will remember, the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, when they called in the Mayor's services, including all the peripheral areas, it was agreed that we would take those away and review those services. That review is about to start. that review will come back with its recommendations through the overview and scrutiny process and through to Cabinet at the appropriate time. I anticipate that will be probably sometime in the summer. And then at that point, any next steps will be agreed through the formal governance process of the Council.
Okay, but just to clarify, because we're about to either agree or not agree the budget, if the budget's agreed, there will not need to be any changes to the mayoral service. It won't be cuts for cuts' sake.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say that there's no cuts for cuts' sake ever made. It was agreed through the overview and scrutiny call-in that we would further review the function and come back with options. If that is decided, as you will recall, this year we had a budget process in the summer for various urgent items. What I wouldn't want to do is mislead the committee that nothing will be decided in year, but it could very well be left to the next budget setting cycle, depending on what the Cabinet decide they wish to do.
Okay, thank you. And a final one from me. Sedgley Library's been specifically referenced. So a question for Councillor Atkins, just to put the minds of the people at Sedgley at rest, or not. If an alternative site cannot be found for Sedgley Library, will it close?
I don't want to close any libraries. Any of them, regardless of where they're located.
I understand that, but it's not the question I asked. You know, you need to be completely frank, because this will affect the budget process.
I'm not sure I can answer hypothetical as of what would happen if and when, and at the moment we're trying to find a location for the new site. I am confident that we will find a location. It will not close. It should not close.
Okay, thank you. Members of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, Councillor Davies.
Thank you, Chair. We've obviously heard how if this budget doesn't go through, then leisure centres, town halls and other items will be at risk. In particular to this portfolio, obviously we are looking at libraries, we're looking at contracts. I'm not sure if this is one more for the officers, if Councillor Atkins wants to pass it to the officers, more than happy for that. If the budget doesn't go through, our contracts, now we've heard that the contract with the libraries stands as long as this budget passes. If it doesn't, and if we did go down the route of commissioners or other routes that might happen under that scenario, would contracts be at risk? So, for example, in this scenario, could the libraries be at risk beyond what we've, in the very minor way that has been discussed, could those be at risk? In the scenario where the budget does not pass.
Is that to Councillor Atkins?
Should I start on that? Yeah. Yeah, so firstly, it is not possible to not set a council budget. If the council in February, and Brendan may come in to add anything if I miss anything, if the council fail to set a budget, it will be asked to reconvene, and then the process will continue until, and again, Mr. Tom may come back. My understanding is that the local government process says that if once council is unable to set a budget, then it will be down to the chief executive to propose and set that budget. We've talked about commissioners an awful lot, and I have made it clear that commissioners do not make decisions. What they can give are directions, which the councillors then have to abide by, but it is still the council that make the decision. But I wouldn't want members, what I think you're referring to is, if this budget proposals are not accepted, what are the alternatives? And at the moment, there is no alternative budget proposed. This is the budget that's put forward. So it is absolutely legal that a council has to set a budget. If a council is unable to, there are legal processes that a local authority has to go through. But what I'm going to do is pass over to Brendan, who technically understands that, and Tom may wish to come in, because I think it's quite an important point. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think the question was, if for whatever reason the budget isn't passed, what would happen if commissioners were appointed and came into the council, and what implications would that have for contracts in general and libraries in particular. And I have to say to you that we don't know the answer because we haven't got any commissioners here, but from my experience elsewhere, I would expect them to take very firm and clear attempts to reduce the cost base of the council. I don't think they would be particularly concerned to meet the needs of the community. That's not their job. Their job is to come in and sort the finances out. So I think the meeting should assume that if the budget is not agreed and set, the potential damage, not only to libraries, but to leisure, to town halls, to everything else that the borough holds dear, will be very considerable, but we can't quantify it, Chair, at this time. But it is a very considerable risk. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. I guess it goes back to the question that was asked at the beginning. What would be worse, this budget or a commissioner's budget? I won't ask you to answer that, Brendan, don't worry. Councillor Archer, I think you're next.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's hopefully a fairly simple...
Sorry, Tom wants to come in very quickly.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say that I fully endorse everything that Brendan and Balvinda have said, particularly what Balvinda said about if this budget isn't agreed, then we will be going through the process again. It's iterative, and we would do it until we got to a budget that could be passed. Thank you, Chair.
Cheers. And again, sorry to speak again, but it kind of goes back to me saying what's plan B, especially if certain parts are just so unpalatable, they could crash the whole thing. Councillor Archer.
Thanks, Chair. It's a question on libraries, yet another question on libraries. If I understand correctly, the new contract was signed in December. The question is, how can GLL provide the same level of service at lower cost, quite significantly lower cost?
I'll let the officer answer that one. Thank you.
The cost is lower, as you've noted. It's nothing major that is specific, but...
Louisa, sorry, we can see you in the screens, it's fine.
There's nothing major that has changed in the service. I think the area that has probably changed the most is the school library service that we provide. That GLL provides on our behalf, which is now being provided from a central location, and schools self-serve rather than the library staff going out to each school and bring the books. So, for example, that is an area where we've managed to reduce the cost. There's a few other minor areas, but truth be told, the procurement competitive process, we had 2 bids, resulted in GLL sharpening their pencil and reducing the margin that they were making on it.
Okay. Ed, I think you had your microphone pressed.
Yeah, thank you. A couple of questions. First of all, today I've been to the Police and Crime Panel in Sandwell and sat with colleagues from Wolverhampton, Walsall, Birmingham, and Sandwell, and they were all sat on Lenovo ThinkPad laptops. So, have we ever explored shared procurement with other authorities? Is that an option to bring down the costs? Obviously, that's a specific example of IT equipment, but could that be an option for shared, other shared services? And then my second question, with all the savings that are proposed on that screen there, are we happy that these do not affect in any way our cyber security resources, whether that's software or people, because a data breach or an attack would obviously dwarf what those proposed savings are? Thank you, Chair.
And as to your first question, Councillor Lawrence, yes, we can and should be exploring procurement of that type. Again, we're going into cyber analysis, so again, I'll quite happily pass to my colleague behind me and answer that.
Yes, Councillor, I think as I mentioned previously that cybersecurity will always be remains our key priority for the next year, and we are aiming to comply with the industry standards, obviously, which is PSN, PCI, and the Cyber Essentials, and we are doing our best, and we will be to stay in the top 10 or 15 councils who have these certifications for Cyber Essential Plus, which is, again, giving the sentiment that we are bolstering the data of our constituents and the stakeholders' trust in us as when they do the business with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions from overview? Yeah, we've got a couple of minutes left then, so I'm going to throw it over to any members that want to ask a question. So, Councillor Dale.
Question is very simple. I just would like to pose a question. Could we make the same savings that we're looking to make at the moment by closing all libraries and leisure centres?
I'm sorry, just so I understand the question. Are you asking whether it would save more money to close all the libraries and to close all the leisure centres? Is that what he's asking? Yeah, well, yes, that would save.
But no, sorry, my apologies.
By closing all the libraries and leisure centres, could we make the same cuts that we would perceive in other areas by, so taking away what we were doing in some areas and just cutting across the board? Obviously, people are looking to make savings in other areas. Could we do that by closing all libraries and leisure centres?
So the leisure centres and town halls and other areas carry a huge subsidy from the council. So I'm not the finance expert, so I've not done the calculation, but we are doing these unpalatable options in order to not close those down and not impact the town halls and the leisure centres and the libraries. So that's, I hope that answers it.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Dale. That was a combative question. I approve. Councillor Denning.
A quality impact statement. It's got a date of the 16th of August 2024. How can you do an impact statement on cuts that we was told would be happening October, November, December this year, and the impact statement has been done in August? The impact statement is actually supposed to be done on the impact that the cuts are actually going to take place on the residents of Dudley now, and it was done in August. So surely the impact statement isn't actually up to date.
Sorry, are you talking about the DC Plus impact statement, Councillor Denning? Dudley Council Plus. Yeah. So I think the reason is because that's been in stream for a significant period of time, and that's why the impact. We've done an impact statement on it because of how long that's been under consideration for, and what in order to mitigate those impacts.
It's just for councillors. We do those at the time just before the decision. So the decision on DC Plus was made back in August, I believe. So at that time, the impact analysis was done, equality impact was done, because that's the time of taking the decision. However, equality impact assessments can also be updated as and when required, but it's normally at the time the decision's made so that members have it to assess when making the decision. Thank you.
And then just to follow on, that impact statement is completely different in format to every other impact statement. It makes it really confusing for members when forms are actually changed halfway through the process. You just get used to doing an equality impact statement on one form, and then we have another form thrown at us. They all need to be consistent.
And I understand the sentiment, Councillor Denning. I think the equality impact template was updated in line with practice, best practice, because these templates, because they're recommended nationally, do go through review themselves. So when we did the DC plus ones and the other ones, they would have been in that format. But since then, Danielle Brennan, who's our equalities officer, would have scanned that and updated accordingly in recommendations. But I understand you're saying what we've done this time for the budget is all the templates are in the same format. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kell.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just back to the libraries again. We've heard a lot recently about how, with the closure of DCP, libraries are going to take up some of that workload. Has that actually been factored into the contract, and are the libraries able to do that?
I will let Nicola Biddle give you more indications. We've spoken extensively with the libraries. Nicola can clarify exactly the work where we've done, but the libraries are in the main very happy to have more footfall. But Nicola, if you want to pick up on anything else.
Yeah, thank you. Nicola Biddle, Head of Digital and Customer Services. Absolutely. So in terms of the consultation that we've done with both residents and with the libraries, we've extensively surveyed all of our residents that were coming through Dudley Council Plus Walk-in Centre to really understand what services they were accessing. And from that survey data, we've been able to model and signpost them to the most appropriate face-to-face service where people still need to access in-person provision. And as Louisa has said, libraries were really grateful of the footfall. They want, you know, the residents to continue to use libraries, and if they can help signpost to other partner organisations as well. Along with that, we've also given libraries, as well as some of our other face-to-face locations, training to become community information points, so that there's a holistic view about how we can support residents face-to-face. But in terms of the actual footfall itself, the reason we've been able to model a closure of the walk-in centres is because that was actually reducing significantly. And the numbers where we could signpost to libraries and other in-person provisions is very, very low. We also have done it on postcode data. So we understood from that central location at Dudley Council Plus exactly where people were travelling to. So we've worked with every single library and been able to give them that data, that forecasted footfall. And libraries have indeed, along with the other provisions, been able to say, yes, we're in a position to be able to support the demand on our services. And as I say, that uptake we'll be monitoring. We've only just closed the walk-in centre as of last week, so the actual data and that footfall flow will be monitored very carefully. But in terms of the forecast, numbers incredibly low. You know, you're talking like 3, 4, 5 customers a day across the borough. Mostly in the central locations, Brierley Hill and Dudley, so the bigger libraries as well, where they've got more ability and more capacity to support residents as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep, I think that's it from everyone. Just about on time, which is really well done. Just to let members of the Fit for the Future Scrutiny Committee know, Overview and Scrutiny will be making recommendations to the Cabinet on Thursday. If you have any issues, please communicate with Councillor Edwards, who will then pass your recommendations on to myself, Ryan, and the rest of Overview and Scrutiny to make those recommendations on your behalf. Okay? Before we move any further, members of Overview and Scrutiny, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you for a vote, because we're overrunning by about 10 minutes by the time we've had a quick break, and we need to make sure that housing and communities have their hour. So I am moving that Council Procedure Rule 6.2b be suspended to enable this meeting to continue after 9:30 p.m. Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Can I have a vote? Those in favour? That's approved. Thank you. Okay, the next meeting then, which we'll say, let's say 1:45 to give everyone a chance to have a break. Hang on. Hang on. I haven't finished. Will be the Housing and Communities Scrutiny Committee, and we'll start, as I say, at about 8:45. Thank you. Okay, folks, we're going to be starting in about a minute. Can I just make sure that members of the Housing and Safer Communities Select Committee are sat on the front benches on the Labour side, please? Here she is. You're right, Elaine. He's coming. Oh. Okay, we should have Councillors Taylor, Westwood, Challoner, Kell, Creed, Greenaway, Hussain, Lewis, Razak, Roberts and Stafford on the front bench or sat up here in the pulpit. Have we got everyone back? Okay, we're running around 15 to 20 minutes late, but we'll make sure that Housing and Communities get their hour, so we should be finished no later than 10 to 10. Same format as before. Shortly, I will hand over to Councillor Taylor, Chair of the Housing and Safer Communities Committee, who will run the session. Members of the Housing and Safer Community Committee will have the first opportunity to ask questions of the relevant Cabinet member, Councillor Bevan, who's now in the dock, as we say, alongside Councillors Bradley, Clark and Phipps. Once the Housing and Safer Communities Committee have had their chance, overview and scrutiny will have their chance to ask questions. So if we're all ready, Councillor Taylor, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Sean. So welcome to this Housing Community Scrutiny Committee. I have asked that the Cabinet Member Director to give a shorter presentation version for this session to give members more time for questions. So I'll hand over now to Councillor Bevan or Catherine to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I'll keep this really brief. It's fair to say, Chair, I'm sure you'll agree that this has been a challenging time in the Housing Department. We've spent the last, it seems absolutely forever, in a regulator-driven environment. That's not to say that the team haven't been working hard behind the scenes on keeping the housing revenue accounts in good order. Nationally, the picture isn't as good as we find ourselves in Dudley. That doesn't mean that we haven't had to make some difficult decisions and put in an awful lot of hard work. This work was started by the previous Cabinet member, and it's been an honour to continue and work with the housing team to make sure that we do keep this account in good order. I'm looking forward to this session. I'm looking forward to your feedback, and we'll do our best with your questions. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. To any members who've not met me, I'm Cathy Jones. I'm Director of Housing here at Dudley. As you've said, we won't propose to go through the slides, but in the conversations, I hope that we can draw members' attentions to slides 8, 9 and 10. Slide 8 sets out our overarching proposed changes, and then we go into some more detail about the ones I think will, probably bring the most questions or comments on 9 and 10. Just to kind of, in terms of context, remind members that we're talking about two budgets here. So a relatively small general fund budget of £3 million for housing, which includes 1.2 million of ring-fenced grant, and then a housing revenue account budget, which is significantly larger of £109 million. So we are looking at the two, and you'll see on the slide that's on the screen that there's a breakdown in terms of proposed savings and any pressures or growth as well against both of them. The budget's been set bearing in mind the need to achieve and maintain financial sustainability, and that's to ensure we're in a strong position to meet our future challenges and help us to deliver safe, compliant and customer-focused services. So that's what we've been looking at when we've been looking at where we may need to make changes, savings or introduce or increase charges. And in presenting this budget, I just wanted to say to those members who've not heard me say this before, we do talk to groups around this. So we've spoken in advance of tonight's session with our Housing Assurance Board, our Customer Scrutiny Group, and members of the Dudley Federation of Tenants and Residents Associations, and we're gathering their feedback as well on what we're proposing. In terms of key points, very, very briefly, before I open it up for questions, we have, as you can see on that screen, recognised that there are some increased costs that we will have to take account of when we're delivering the budget for next year, so those have been built in. In terms of savings, I hope that they're relatively self-explanatory, but I'm more than happy to take questions on those. I suppose the one that I just really wanted to flag is at the bottom of that particular slide, where we're looking at grants to voluntary organisations. We've had some conversations about those under different headings previously, and I just wanted to clarify that from a housing perspective, what that equates to in terms of actual impact on voluntary organisations is £30,000. The other 90 of that 120 is being dealt with by way of a funding switch within staffing budgets, rather than actually an additional 90k saving that would impact directly on one of the voluntary organisations that we work with. So I wanted to clarify that. I think the 2 points that also are worth mentioning is, if I may have slide 9. Slide 9 sets out our proposals around rent increase. Hopefully the context is there sufficiently for as a reminder to everybody as to the framework that we have to work in terms of our rent increases. So we are proposing a full rent increase. As Councillor Bevan has said, we're in a better position than a number of the housing revenue accounts around the country, but that's because we've done a lot of work, particularly last year, to increase income and to balance our budgets, but we do know that we've got a lot of challenges coming on. So whilst we are in a reasonable position, nevertheless, we know that we've got things like increased compliance responsibilities, building safety responsibilities, property condition responsibilities that we're going to have to fund going forward. And then finally, I just wanted, if I may have the next slide, Balvinda, before I open up for questions. Garage rent increases is actually included within your papers. I think it's on page 111. It's within the MTFS document. So as part of the fees and charges, that's normally where we put our garage increases. I just pulled it out because for those of you who've kind of perused in detail, you'll know that's quite a big increase compared to the rest of the fees and charges related to housing. Normally we increase, or we look to increase our fees and charges in line with the rent increase, so the CPI +1. However, the garage work has been a result of around 12 months of work actually on our garages and looking at how we can bring the charges that we apply to them in line with our neighbours and with other garage providers, which would then generate the income that's needed for some much needed investment into those garages that have not had that for many years. So if you have been looking at your fees and charges page at page 111 and wonder why that's such a significant increase compared to the 2.7 that we're proposing against the rest, the rationale is on that slide as well. I think that's probably the key point, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm going to kick this session off now with a question before I hand it over to the committee. This question refers to new builds and regeneration. My understanding is that using the funds from the sale of voids to purchase or build new properties, what confidence do you portray to this end, looking at the debacle of events from you purchasing the new build properties in Crayborn Road, Dudley Wood, almost a year ago, and they're still empty? Can you tell us what the cost to this date has been, and if indeed there is any indication when or if they will be available to residents? With over 4,000 people waiting for all types of properties, is this really value for money?
Thank you, Chair. Can I just disagree with you there? I don't think that the purchase of 8 properties is a debacle. And I don't think it will make a huge, massive difference on the waiting list. I would also clarify that the new builds are purchased from the receipts of right to buy, not just from the sale of voids. Regarding the next part about when the properties will be let, I understand that they are allocated, but I'll just hand over to Cathy just to clarify that for you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the sale of the purchase of the properties, I should say, went through, I'll check the date, but it was late September, early October of last year, following us checking a number of things. Since then, we've had some conversations with local residents and also done a huge amount of work in terms of shortlisting families that are appropriate. So they're larger properties. We tend to direct let rather than it being the person who's top of the register, to make sure that we've got a balanced mix of family size and makeup and that kind of thing. So the households who will move into those homes have been shortlisted. It's just a case of them moving in. Thank you.
The end of that, my question was, is this value for money?
It is absolute value for money, Chair. Properties are not cheap. I believe these are extremely energy efficient properties, and it is a very good use of right to buy receipts, and I envisage that we'll be doing similar projects again in the future. I would much rather that we added to our stock with decent properties than return the money as unspent to government.
And part of that question was, why has it taken then so long for this from purchase, and they're still not bringing in any revenue at all at this point in time?
I don't think it has taken that long. As the director said, we completed on the sale in October, November time. I'm sure you would rather that we got the allocation right and that we had suitable family sizes in there. We've also carried out work, consultation, and spoken to the residents at length who have raised various issues. I don't think I can add anything further to what Cathy said, but Cathy, I don't know whether you want to add anything.
No, I'd just echo that really, that in terms of a lettings process, it's not been overly long, and I think there were certain concerns that we needed to iron out with the community. It would have been remiss of us to not make sure that we were making suitable allocations and that we'd address those concerns rather than moving people into homes in a rush that may not be the right homes for them, might not be the right balance, given that there's a number of larger properties, there would be a larger number of children there, and we wouldn't want to put them in a place where they were met with concerns that they then had to deal with on a daily basis. So we wanted to make sure that we'd addressed any concerns by the community and got the allocations right in terms of mix and balance before we move people in. Thank you.
Questions?
Yes, as part of the item, I've noticed the reduction in funding for Bernardo's. Real concerns about that, because since 2009, the Lambing report has consistently raised alarm for children and domestic abuse. What impact do you think that's going to have on younger residents and victims of domestic abuse?
Thank you for that. This is a very, very small amount of money, as you say, about £30,000. It's not a huge amount. Yes, it will have an impact, but I think what we need to remember is that this contract was due to expire, I believe, in March of this year. My view is that I believe we will be seeking to re-procure, but I think we would like a bit more value for money.
Yeah, I take issue with the point of a insignificant amount. I've worked with children and young people most of my whole career, and for those people who are suffering from domestic abuse, it's a massive amount.
The point that I'm making there is that it's £30,000. If you were asking me, could we reinstate something that was £1.8 million, then I'd probably be a little bit more pessimistic about that. It is a valuable service. I have received feedback on the impact that this would have on families and children in Dudley, and it is an area that I'm keen to see that we re-procure for.
The question being then, if you're looking to re-procure, why cut in the first place?
Sorry, could you just repeat the last part?
Suppose the follow-up question is, you've just stated that you're looking to procure in the future. Why cut in the first place?
As I said, the contract is due to end in March, and that's just been identified in that budget line. Cathy, can you add anything further to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So this was a contract that was due to end. I think that rather than re-procure as is, we would want to do some work on understanding actually demand and what we're delivering to ensure that however much we spend, whether it be 30,000 or 300,000, that we're achieving value for money as well as best outcomes for children. So the service currently supports a very small number. It's not, it's one not, I think it's 22 hours a week, but has supported, I think, 20 children over the course of a year for 6 to 8 sessions in total. So in terms of value for money, the way it's currently structured, it's not good value for money. So we would want to look at actually what we would want from a service like that going forward before we were to re-procure. And I suppose the comment is that whilst that service may not be there in the short to medium term, or potentially in the future, if we decide not to re-procure, there are other services around the child. This is support for children whose parents are going through the MARAC process, so they may have witnessed domestic abuse, and so absolutely we would want to make sure that you know, every child that's supported is a positive. We know there are other agencies around that child as well, so we think that that gives us that time to understand actually what could this service look like, and could we procure one that would offer value for money, which this one currently doesn't.
Councillor Cowell.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a number of points, as you might expect, but I'll sort of go through them one by one. I mean, first of all, just coming back on the Bernardo's, I know that we've had some email exchanges, Cathy, but I would support my colleagues. I am quite concerned, because although the numbers benefiting are quite small, the problem will be, particularly if there's a consideration around re-procuring it, in the meantime, those individuals that are currently benefiting from that service are likely to drop off the end. And it is clearly very traumatic for young children to actually witness parents or partners of parents abusing each other or whatever. That is something that is going to have very significant detrimental impacts going forward. And one of the risks I think that was identified in the exchanges that I saw was that potentially that could result in the need for other services within the council because of those damaged children. So I think I would urge perhaps some reconsideration. I mean, as our colleague suggested, it's a relatively small sum actually in the grand scheme of things, but potentially doing quite good works.
I agree. The points you make are very valid. It is a useful service, and we'll take that feedback back. Thank you.
Yeah. Am I all right to carry on? Thank you. The first point actually is just a point of clarification around the yellow book itself, because page 17 refers to the recommendation that is effectively going to be put through council at the 30th, I think. And it suggested, and I'm sort of paraphrasing now, that service charges were uplifted by council. But then paragraph 30 talks about full council approved an increase in rental charges and a continuing of the service charges at the same rate, which is, and it's the second one that I believe is correct, but it's just a slight contradiction in the paperwork. I just wondered if you could clarify that.
Yes, so obviously they're draft reports at the moment, but you'll see in the presentation as well that service charges were approved this time last year. We're not proposing any change to them for 2025-26.
Okay. Just a reference now to housing services and garage fees. There's a little bit of confusion. Because page 111 of the Yellow Book talks about red, green and higher rate fees, some of which are going up massively. And I was wondering how many on each, how many of those are residents and tenants. I think I did email, but didn't actually get a response to that. But the other problem I've got is the numbers don't seem to tally with the presentation slide, which I think was page 10 on the presentation, which indicates the garage is currently charging £6.30 for tenants and £7.40 for non-tenants. According to the Yellow Book, it's £2.96, £6.29 or £12.90.
If you wouldn't mind, because I've not got the Yellow Book open in front of me, so if I could just go away and check that and clarify that. I'll come back to you in a minute. Thank you.
Right, yeah. I just want to raise a question on with the weekly rent increases by £2.61 and the service charges increasing by £9. What measures are in place to ensure affordability for tenants?
We haven't changed any of the advice services that we can offer. We will always seek to support tenants that struggle with either the service charge or with the rent. I do recognise this is a difficult time for residents. It just seems to be one bill after another for them, and I do feel for them. But we do have the provision to help them, and as local members, I know that we're in contact with people, and that we do signpost them in the right direction. But it's a valid point. Thank you for bringing it up. Kathy, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, just to reiterate that clearly our income team intervene very, very early. If people look like they're having affordability issues, they can offer advice, signposting to welfare benefits. They've do a lot of work every year in terms of bringing income to people's households through things like the Household Support Fund and income maximisation. So they've got that all alongside it. And you referenced service charges, and whilst they're not part of this budget, obviously they have recently come in, and we've got a specific transitional support fund now in place for anyone who's struggling by introduction of that extra charge. Thank you.
Councillor Cowell, you want to come back in?
Yes, sorry, Chair. Got a few questions. The next one is around page 148 of the Yellow Book and the budget consultation. I know it refers, and you referred earlier on to having spoken to involved groups, etc., and DEFRA. I just wondered if it was possible for you to send out a copy of basically the responses that you got back, the sort of indicators of what people are actually saying. Sorry, the other question I've got is around service charges. Now, I know we've said that they're going to stay at the same level, but again, it's around this transitional support fund. I've now finally seen a copy of the application form, but I wondered where that 200,000 actually sits in the budget and where it will be financed from, please.
So it's, again, I'm trying to scroll through pages. I can't tell you what page it's on, but it's included within the budget. You'll see that we've got an element of, in our budgets, of both service charge income and service charge costs. So it sits within the service charge costs bit.
And regarding the budget consultation responses, I would certainly hope that you could see the responses. I'm sure we can arrange that for you.
Yeah, under the savings to the grants to voluntary bodies, the budget identifies £120,000 of savings the voluntary bodies. Can you tell us which specific bodies they are, please? And what will be the impact on the savings on the services provided by those organisations?
Yeah, so only £30,000 of that 120 will have a direct impact on a voluntary organisation. The other £90,000 we're able to make greater use of ring-fenced grant that we've got to fund some of our internal staff, which frees up £90,000 of general fund budget to continue to contribute towards those contracts. So the direct impact is just the £30,000 to Bernardo's.
You finished, Councillor Roberts? Right, sorry. Yeah. Are there any more questions? I have one. We have agency costs. Can you break that down for us, why they are so high?
Oh, it is. Yeah, so in terms of agency costs currently, that is the cost of some of the expertise, management structure, etc., that we've had to bring in to help us deal with improving our performance reporting, our compliance data, and to manage our action plan that we've put in place with the Regulator of Social Housing. So as we develop, and you'll see on that slide that future savings we think will be achieved through a target operating model, that's around looking at the services we deliver, how they're structured, how they're resourced, what are the systems that support them, what are the policy frameworks that sit around them, so that we're looking at actually what we need to do to have a safe, compliant and customer-focused service. So as we implement that new target operating model, we will then be able to release that expertise, because we'll be able to embed it within our internal staff. And we need that expertise in here at the moment. We don't have it internally to be able to meet our regulatory requirements, and in particular do some of the work that we've been doing around building safety and fire safety. But that will just take us through to the implementation of that target operating model, and will then end.
Can you expand on that a bit more? So are these agency costs still ongoing, and how much do we assess? Perhaps by the end of the session, the end of this financial year, how much will the total bill be for this agency costs?
I'd have to come back to you on that figure. I don't have it with me right now, but I can come back to you. Thank you.
Sorry, I have one more thing that I would like to raise from myself. Reactive repairs that are now going to be undertaken by the tenants. How are we going to manage that? What about if the repairs being done are not to standard, and in fact are going to cause even more issues? So when we come to re-let, where is the budget to put right what's gone wrong that we should have been administrating over right from day one? So, you know, do we have a budget set aside for that, or what? Talk me through the process.
Yes, so we've recently reviewed our repairing responsibilities policy to bring it more in line with other housing providers and local authority and housing association housing providers, and that really sets out what responsibilities there are in terms of repairs for the council, and the repairs that we would expect our tenants to do in the same way as a private tenant or an owner-occupier would do. So that document is published, and that's what we will defer to. Now, clearly, if it won't cover every eventuality in terms of repairs. There'll be some things that crop up infrequently that aren't within the document, so we would speak with the tenant directly around that. Clearly, what we will then be looking to do if the tenant is bringing the tenancy to an end, or indeed we do a home check or other property inspection, is if there's a repair being done that isn't to the standard that you would expect, because we expect it to be to the standard that it was handed to you in, then we would be raising that with them at an early point. We will be doing more work going forward in the future on how we recharge, either for damage or for works that haven't been done, or or have been to the detriment of the property that costs us more when we then come to turn it round at void time. But certainly in terms of repairs at the moment, we've set out our expectations in that document, and obviously as we go along we'll need individual conversations with people who've perhaps got queries, but ultimately if it's not a repair that's done to the standard that, you know, the property's been handed back by, we would be having conversations about that individually.
One of my biggest concern is on safety and the litigation on that. If we're allowing our tenants to do these repairs and they're not up to standard and something goes wrong, where does that leave us as a council moving forward?
I mean, again, in terms of repairs, we wouldn't be expecting our tenants to do repairs that are, for example, electrical or gas related, or all the repairs that would generally be an issue in terms of health and safety. But I mean, in terms of litigation, I'm just trying to think of an example whether that would happen. That's why I'm hesitating, because if it's a repair that we've asked the tenant to do, it wouldn't have a health and safety related issue attached to it, because that's one that would be one of our responsibilities in terms of the electrics, the gas. I'm thinking of water, structural things. There wouldn't be a tenant responsibility to repair. So I'm struggling to think of an instant when that might happen.
Example, I've had a resident where they've been told they've got to repair their own units in the kitchen. This is just an off the top of my head example. In the kitchen, the door wasn't repaired properly by them. It's fallen off. Someone's got hurt. So where does that leave us? Because we've told them that they've got to do it. They've got hurt, use it, and they're our properties and our units. So where does that leave us there? That's just an example. I'm not saying that that's going to happen or it's going to even escalate, but I'm saying that these sort of things are going to happen, and we have to be responsible. We are the landlord at the end of the day.
Thank you for that, Chair. It is a good point. Experience in the housing management field tells me that very often extremely strange repairs need to take place in properties, and I think this is really about making sure that everybody knows who's responsible for what. This isn't the place, as I'm sure you're aware, to discuss a specific case, and I understand that this is just an example maybe off the top of your head, but I share the director's view that I can't think of anything that we would ask a tenant or a resident to do that would then lead to possible litigation. This will just be basic, simple household repairs.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm going to come in on that point for a start, because I believe that that's not really true. I mean, I've got somebody who's been asked to do their own door frames and things like that, and that's getting into structural works. We're getting people being told to adjust the pressure on their boilers and all sorts of things, which you can just see that things are going to get really out of hand. And I am very concerned about these recharges, these repairs. It was suggested originally that there would be consideration around people's individual circumstances, but the problem is, as you know, a repair is phoned into RMC. They will naturally look at the repairs schedules, and people have been told, no, we don't do it anymore, and that's the end of it. And coming back on the recharge point, I mean, how can you actually recharge somebody if you say, no, we're not doing it, you go away and do it? It's one thing if you've got lots of money to get a fantastic contractor in, but if you're at the bottom where a lot of our tenants are, you know what it's going to be. They're going to struggle. They're either not going to do it. Leaks are going to turn into floods. They're going to get their mate to do it, or they're going to try and do it themselves. There is going to be, as my colleague said, really quite considerable problems.
Thank you, Councillor Cowell. I think you know that I'm going to ask you for evidence of this in full council and scrutiny, and in our conversations. You bring lots of issues to me. I don't have the meat on the bones to go away and investigate. And if what you're telling me is that we're telling residents to pressure test their own boiler and rebuild door frames, then names and addresses, please, after the meeting, and I will follow that up for you. But I don't think that, Chair, that this is necessarily within the remit of scrutiny. Regarding rechargeable repairs as in general for residents, I can only repeat what I've said, and what Cathy has said is that if there is a minor repair for which we are not responsible, then surely it is reasonable to ask the resident to carry that out themselves. And I don't mean pressure test the boiler or rebuild the door frame. I'm talking about putting a handle on a unit, simple household stuff. But let me have the names and addresses where we've done this after the meeting, and I'll follow that up.
Can I just jump in there quickly? We seem to be getting a bit bogged down on individual issues rather than the general budget itself. So if we can steer back to that, and then maybe in 2 or 3 minutes hand over to overview, if that's okay, so overview and scrutiny members can ask a question. Thank you.
Councillor Westwood.
Right, well, staying on the subject of repairs, but the Northgate Repairs IT software, is this software on track to go live in April this year? And if there's a delay, what is the financial implication for the council on each month's delay?
Yes, so in terms of, we're doing a huge amount of work on the Northgate system as a whole. It's our housing management system, and we're moving everything onto that and into the cloud, which has already happened, to make sure that we've got a single version of the truth. So assets is pretty much there. Repairs is progressing well. And I think, I'm not sure it'll be April. I think we're probably looking at around May time. Financially, that doesn't impact us in terms of the costs of transition. I suppose what we do need to do is make sure that we've got that system in place and embedded before we can totally implement and embed the target operating model. So it'll impact in that way, but not necessarily financially in terms of system costs or preventing us from doing any works, or, you know, works costing more.
Do we have it? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, if I've read this right, the budget assumes a £4.1 million will be generated from charges to services and facilities. What are the risks associated with not achieving the target?
So as with our rent, any charges, and in this case, I think you're referring to page 152, charges for service and facilities, we will build in an element of bad debt provision. So allowing for a certain percentage, I can't remember the percentage off the top of my head, of provision for debts that we're not able to collect. I should say that in terms of our rent collection, it's exceptionally high, and we'll be adopting the same methods of engaging with customers around any non-payment of service charges. So we would hope that we're able to collect, you know, a reasonable amount of that, or as much of that as possible, but we'll have the right mechanisms in place to it with customers where that is a problem and they aren't paying their charges.
So in the event of not achieving that 4.1 million, where will the other savings be made?
So, sorry, I keep kind of jumping in and then realising that I should give Councillor Bevan the opportunity to answer as well. You will see that we've built in revenue contribution to capital expenditure. And so it'd be things like that where we might have to consider how much we make in terms of a contribution if we've not collected all the income that we had anticipated.
Just a quick follow-up, if I may. So every year the council is spending money on debt recovery. How much do you expect to spend next financial year in that debt recovery, considering that the charges to services and facilities is coming into effect?
We actually don't spend a huge amount at all on debt recovery because we do it internally, but I will go away and just double check a figure for you. Thank you.
Are there any more questions before we hand over to... Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. My question really is, with the extra income that we're proposing, with the extra 2.7% increase on rental income, we'll be focusing on other things of what we can do to reduce other bills for tenants. And by that, what I mean is, is there any thought on any proportion of the extra additional revenue being allocated towards energy efficiency upgrades?
Thank you for that. That's a good point. Things are expensive. The rent increase, whilst it was tough for residents and tenants to take on board, it only covers, it doesn't go that far, but we will continue to, to push for the things that you want and to squeeze the best value out of the rent that tenants pay. Kathy, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I'd echo that. But then just to add to it as well, to say that when I'm talking about future pressures, we've got future pressures, as has every housing provider, around reducing and eliminating damp and mould. The decent homes standards, we've just had stock condition surveys done on all of our homes, so we now know what it's going to cost to keep them compliant with the decent homes standard, and the costs of those were presented and approved by council back in August in terms of the capital budget. But nevertheless, we need to keep moving forward on that. We know that Decent Homes 2, so a new version of Decent Homes 2 will be coming. So you're absolutely right. This is one of the reasons why we need to keep making sure that we're collecting all our income, that we're maximising our income, because the costs of everything that you've described around property condition, property decency, and part of that decency assessment is around things like energy efficiency, thermal warmth. So we need to make sure that we've got a balanced and sustainable HRA to be able to deliver that. So yes, boiler replacements, thermal efficiency, that's all part of that work and that money that we're having to invest.
Okay then, before I hand over to Sean, can I raise the garage sites? A lot of our garage sites now are less used. Can we foresee, as part of the budget, that these garage sites are going to be reused for building plots in the near future?
Yeah, I mean, what we want to do is reevaluate all of our garage sites, and we'll make an individual decision based on the site as to whether it's one that we should be using for new development, new homes, whether it's, we know, don't we, that parking is a real issue on our estates. Are there any that lend themselves to creating parking to reduce the safety risks on our streets when everyone's bumping up on the curbs to park outside, or whether there are some that we should be disposing of. So we'll do individual analysis on all of those as we move forward.
Due to the fact that the garage sites are doubling in their costs, which I'm not saying isn't in line with other authorities, do we foresee an influx of people giving them up,
Not necessarily, and it's something that we'll have to closely monitor. So if people want a garage and they give up ours because the price has gone up, they're going to end up paying the same price to somebody else. What they will get if they keep up their garage with us is investment in those garages, that's much needed in terms of the repairs and maintenance of them, and the kind of roofs and everything like that. So it's something that we'll have to monitor. We've got no indication at the moment to say that people would give them up, but clearly, when we implement the new rents, then we would have to monitor that.
Probably have more impact once the raise goes through. Yes. Sorry, Councillor Cowell.
Point, because I know I've taken a lot, but the proposed revenue budget, I'm just concerned that the numbers don't really seem to add up. Could somebody just have a look at that? It might not be one for now, but if somebody could go away and have a look at that. I did check with somebody else, and they don't seem to quite balance. Proposed revenue budget, it's in the slide pack. I make it page 11.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have a look at that. Thank you.
Right, if there are no more questions, I'm going to hand over to Sean to proceed.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I disagree with you a bit there, Councillor Cowell. I think if the budgets don't add up, that's very much for something like tonight to look at. But yeah, we'll let Councillor Bevan come back to you. Before I ask members of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, a couple from myself. Councillor Bevan, how many more void properties are we going to sell? What have we got left?
I could give you an estimate, but I'll ask Cathy to hopefully provide you with a figure.
It's dependent on an individual assessment of each void property as they become void, probably based on what we know from our stock condition surveys. If they were to all come void, we would probably be looking, and you know, I wouldn't want to be quoted on this because it depends on getting into the home and seeing what else is going on in there, but we would be probably looking, just based on our stock condition data, of up to 100 a year, but possibly not. And I suppose it's caveated with, we know from our stock condition surveys now what we would need to invest in each individual home. That's looking at the fabric of the building and the costs to maintain decency. We would then need to go in and look at all the other elements that sit around it. What's it going to cost to turn that void around? Actually, what's the net present value? Will it repay those costs over 30 years? If it won't, do we want to keep it anyway because of the demand for that type of property, the area that it's in, any specific features that property has that are particularly in demand? So it's a bit of a caveat around that it could be potentially up to 100 a year based on stock condition data, but there's a whole load of caveats around that as to whether they're properties that we would need to keep in any event.
And within your budget, if we're losing 100 a year, how are we gaining another 100 a year to make sure that the waiting list doesn't get longer and longer and longer?
So within the budget, we do allow for property losses as well as property acquisitions. As we've alluded to earlier on in the conversation, we have right to buy receipts that we have to spend. So we're looking at how we replace our disposals, whether they be through us selling them off or them being bought through the right to buy, with properties that actually meet the demand on our register. So we've got an imbalance at the moment between what we've got in our housing stock and what the demand is on our register. So we've got more 3-bed houses, and actually nearly 70% of the demand on our register is for 1-beds and 2-beds. So where we are disposing or we are losing homes through right to buy, we're trying to plan an approach that enables us to replace them with what we actually need, not what we disposed of that's in a better quality. So it won't always balance up in terms of, in any one year, if you sell 100, you'll absolutely get 100 back on, but over time it will. And what you will have seen is a larger number of disposals recently, which will have caused concern. And that's because we held them for quite a long period of time whilst we were looking at how we dispose of them. So they all went together. You will see that even out now, and it'll be a much lower number.
Thank you. Just moving on then. I think it was raised earlier, the effect of pushing people into unaffordability in terms of housing. We've already talked with Councillor Clark about potentially a £7 uplift in people's liabilities due to the council tax support cuts. If you add on the £2.60 rent uplift, you're looking at not £7 a week, but £10 a week. Now, I understand you mentioned there was a support fund. How many people will that fund support if this budget pushes too many people into, I can't afford to pay the rent anymore?
That's a good point, Chair. As I said earlier, we do recognise that this is a difficult time for everybody, and the figures that you quote there are quite right, and I accept that some people will find these difficult. I think it's very difficult to give a calculation based on what if. Cathy, do you want to shed any further light on it? I think it's a difficult one to answer, but it's a very valid point.
It is a difficult one to answer, and the alternative is also equally difficult. So, you know, we've discussed how we need to maximise our rental income to be able to invest in our homes around property condition, thermal efficiency, everything else. But we do recognise that does impact on individuals who are seeing rises in a number of areas. Our first point of call would always be to check whether they're entitled to any support, either full or partial support with their housing costs. The transitional support fund is specifically for service charges, and it's one that we've introduced in housing. For wider housing costs, there's discretionary housing payments, so we would refer people to those where appropriate. I mean, the point that I would make, and it probably sounds quite flippant, but we're still around £400 a month cheaper than a private rent. So yes, that extra £2, £5, £7 a week impacts on everybody. We need to do that to invest in their homes and to be able to continue to offer those homes at a lower rent that they can't find in the private sector, and we can't do that if we can't maintain them. So we've had to take that balance of accepting that it will be challenging for some people, and it'll be those who are working but on a lower wage. So that's why we want to put in place for service charges a transitional support fund, referrals to discretionary housing payment, and for other welfare benefits where appropriate for the others. And then we will work with people who still can't manage, I guess, in terms of their rent, despite having looked at all of those. And the thing I would say is, I suppose we do everything that we can. So our rents are lower. We do have to put them up. We will refer people, signpost them, work with them. And the other thing that our income team do, which, doesn't always happen. So, sometimes people will get into debt and they'll speak to whoever they owe the money to. And the requirement is that you repay that debt over 3 months, for example, and that might be unaffordable. Our income team will work with people to spread that debt over an affordable period of time. So not necessarily it's got to be paid within 12 months. So we're working wherever possible with people, and that's, with their rents now or what they may be when they go up, to enable them to manage that and stay in their home. We have very low rent arrears. We work with people. We've got exceptionally low numbers of eviction because that's a last resort and that's a failure. So the mechanisms are there. We recognise it'll be difficult for people. We can't not maximise income because then we can't invest in their homes. So what we have to do is put that package together of support around them.
Thank you. That was a lovely, long, eloquent statement, but it didn't answer my question. I asked how many households could this fund support should push come to shove, because ultimately they're not putting themselves in this position. We're putting them in this position as a council. So I also think that some of the language that we're using is pretty flippant and cruel, if I'm being honest. We're talking about families that are just about keeping their heads under water. And by saying that, we understand some people will find it hard and some people will suffer. Well, I suggest that we go and live in their positions and not live in the positions that we're in. Thank you. Councillor Bevan, I respect and get on with you, but I just find some of the language that we're using.
I'm sorry about that, sir. I'm sorry about that, Chair. It's not our intention to be flippant. These are difficult times for people, and we do acknowledge that. There is absolutely no intention on Cathy or my behalf to be flippant. I've got some figures here that Councillor Clark has just passed me. If I can just quickly run through some of those in terms of local welfare support. Discretionary Housing Payment Fund, the council received for 24-25 was £473,000, and this level of payment will continue in the new financial year, so the resources are available. This year we've spent just over £300,000 and supported 464 residents. We also help with the council tax, and then of course there's the household support fund. We've paid out a total of 1,913 payments. So, as Cathy said, we really are doing our best with this. We will seek every opportunity to assist tenants and residents, and we will continue to be compassionate with them.
Thank you. Thanks for that reply. Members of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, Councillor Davis.
Almost. There we go. Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions from me directly about the savings and the presentation this evening. I'm glad to see we are continuing the investment in housing hubs. In our own ward, Brierley and Worsley South, that's gone down really well with residents, so it's good to see that continued investment in a second tranche elsewhere around the borough. But I'm looking at the item that follows that. It says increased costs of housing ombudsman and regulator of social housing. So I'm wondering, first question, Is this simply meeting obligations that we've been told we've got to meet after the checks, or is this actually investment into some kind of increased service or improved service?
Thank you, Councillor Davis. I understand that these are registration fees, but I think Cathy will clarify that.
Yes, these are the costs that we have to pay to be regulated.
Okay, it's quite unfortunate then that it seems like we might have no choice in that from what you've just told me. That's a big sum of money, and it's got to be found from somewhere. Second question is that we're looking at making savings of £350,000 from reduced subcontractor usage. It says that this will be through reduced usage and reduced material usage, greater financial control. If we are using subcontractors less and we're making a saving there, elsewhere in the budget, I've had a look through the big document, it could be buried in there, but I couldn't quite find it. Are we making an increased allocation of budget to cover in-house increased usage of our own teams where the gap might be made?
No, we're not. It links into what we'd said around the target operating model and making more efficient use of our resources. We have our own internal DLO, and it's quite a large one actually, so it's just looking at how we can make more effective use of our internal resources, i.e. our repairs teams, to deliver the work that we have been subcontracting out previously.
Thank you. Councillor Archer.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my question's on homelessness. It occurred to me when I'm looking at the voluntary sector contributions. The first one's a genuine question because I don't know. What's the New Burdens grant? But the second question, which I think is far more relevant and important, is how currently what is the budget for the homeless team, and what is that as a percentage of the overall budget?
New Burdens grant is a grant that we get from government to cover specific new burdens, although they're not necessarily new anymore. So much of ours is around domestic abuse. And when I referred earlier to using grant monies to reduce the impact on voluntary organisations, that was New Burdens grant that we were referring to there. I would have to come back to you in terms of what percentage of our overall budget is homelessness, but just a flag, as you'll have probably seen in the start of the slides, that our homelessness services are general fund, and again they are predominantly grant funded, so it'll be somewhere in that 1.2 million pounds of grant funding within general fund that you'll find our homelessness services, unless our colleagues from finance have the figure to hand. I don't have it to hand.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from all of you? Councillor Sahota.
Question, Cathy. Obviously, voids is a big drain on resources in all councils. How does our voids compare to other councils? Because I understand ours is pretty poor, and I think that's one question. And the other question is, obviously, I think it's been alluded to already, that obviously with the high increase in rent for garages, the indirect consequence of that could be obviously less demand for garages. Then I think we would need some assurances in terms of if that does happen, what will the garages spaces then be sold for social housing, or are we just going to be selling it to private developers? So that's the key things I think I would like sort of clarity on. Thank you.
Chair, are these relevant to budget discussions? How our voids compare with other?
I think so. If a member's asked a question, then yeah, I think they deserve an answer.
Thank you.
Councillor Sahota, do you mean in terms of void turnaround, void loss?
I think fundamentally, if we're going to be making savings going for future, we fundamentally have to address how we manage those properties, which then actually cause the voids. And my understanding is we allow those properties to get in disrepair, and then we just write them off. So I think going forward, this has an impact on budget, because going forward, that will be a budget for us as a council to manage. So is there a policy to ensure that we get on top of voids, so in future years there isn't sort of a drainage on putting money into voids? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. So, yes, we've done a lot of work on voids in terms of reducing our void turnaround times. We've still got more to do there, but if we reduce our void turnaround times, then we also reduce the void loss associated with rent loss. In terms of void costs, so the cost of bringing a void property back into use when the house is vacated, again, we've done some work around components. So we've reviewed the components that we use when we're doing repairs and replacements, and made some savings there, but also doing a lot of work from a housing management perspective around ramping up our home checks, going into people's homes and doing our home checks. Also work to get much tougher on refusals. So we've had a much tougher stance on tenants who have refused us access for gas checks and electrical checks. We're now trying to mirror that process as best we can within a legal framework for tenants who refuse improvements. So you'd be surprised, we do have a number of tenants who refuse a new bathroom or a new kitchen or something for whatever reason. So again, doing a lot of work at the moment on becoming much more robust around dealing with tenant refusals. So there's work ongoing to reduce turnaround times, to reduce void costs, but also on getting in there early and being able to better deal with the condition of the property before it becomes void. Thank you.
I didn't get the answer on the garages options going forward. Will that land be used to build more houses if we do end up selling garages rather than selling it to developers? Thank you, Chair.
I think that would depend on the appraisal for the individual garage site, as we touched on earlier. Some may be appropriate to refurbish them, some may be appropriate to build upon, some may be appropriate for car parks to reduce the parking pressures, some may be disposed of. It would depend on the garage site, I believe, and the appraisal that goes with it.
And I think that brings us nicely to the end of our hour on housing and communities. Can I thank all of the officers, directors that have sat through the entire 4 hours? Can I thank the Overview and Scrutiny Committee who've done the same? And thank any other members who've attended their committees and or sat through the procedures as well. This is the longest one. The one on Wednesday is 3 hours. The one on Thursday is 3 hours. So that's number 1 done and dusted. Housing and communities, if you can feed back to your chair and deputy to make recommendations to Overview and Scrutiny.